good morning, everyone. I think you can slowly take your seat because we have also the audience online, so we can't be late because there is people who are watching now from all over the Europe. So good morning. At the second day of the Circular Day, where we talk about the bioeconomy, circular bioeconomy. This event is organized under umbrella of European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform and leadership group, which in Novo is a leader, the circular bioeconomy. So there are multiple organizations, institutions all over Europe who work together to educate, to raise awareness about importance of circular bioeconomy. And today's event also is supported by Embassy of Netherlands, by Embassy of Sweden, and we will have live cooking later during the lunchtime with the Swedish chefs, but also by the Embassy of Austria, Advantage Austria, and EIT Food, our great partner. Thanks to Eva and EIT Food, we can later on enjoy the live cooking with Philip London. But bioeconomy, I think it is a very important topic. It's especially close to my heart because I'm a biologist from education. And while looking of the resources, how we running of resources, the bioeconomy is a crucial sector which can help us to survive, really. On the other hand, now we treat bioeconomy in a very unsustainable way. It has great influence on biodiversity. I don't know, do you know that 75% of food is produced only from 5 species of plants and 3 species of animals? It's crazy. It's have really great impact on the decreasing of biodiversity. We also waste a lot of food, yes? Only 30% of food at our household are wasted. It also has to change. On the other hand, biomass, bioproduct could be great resources for different sectors of economy, for textile, for construction, and this is also, we will talk about later, and we will show you the great examples which are already implemented in different parts of the world. So let's start, and first I would like to introduce Tomasz Calikowski from European Commission Policy Officer, Research and Innovation, and he will talk about what's going on European level and what kind of research are supported. Tomasz.
Good morning. Dzień dobry Państwu. Thank you. Dziękuję. Yes, it is a great pleasure for me to be with you today here at this very well prepared and beautifully arranged, I would say, setting. So it is a fantastic opportunity to talk about bioeconomy, and indeed, as was introduced, it is a very important topic, and also there are many opportunities that I would like to touch upon in my presentation. On the European level, but also finally regional and local level. Bioeconomy is a very local process, and of course it also depends on the local condition very much. So in my presentation, let me go quickly through the European landscape of bioeconomy and bioeconomy policies. The title of this presentation focuses on national bioeconomy strategies, but of course there is we should also talk about opportunities and what can be done to develop these opportunities in Poland and in the region and in Europe in general. So yes, my name is Tomasz Calikowski and I come from the European Commission Directorate Research Innovation Healthy Planet, so a very ambitious title of this of this unit, circular and bio-based systems. Just... W którą stronę? Okay. So I think I'm not sure it works, to be sorry. Okay, so maybe I can have a next. Okay, dziękuję. Okay, so let me start with some introduction about the understanding of bioeconomy. Here we are using the definition that comes from European Bioeconomy Strategy. Of course, there are many definitions of bioeconomy. Many countries globally are developing bioeconomies. We are looking on these examples from across the world. But in European definition of bioeconomy, we see this as a holistic concept that allows us to benefit from the biological resources. Of course, taking into account their sustainability, which is a very important element, all the biological resources, including ecosystem services, and covering bio-based industry, food, of course, bioenergy are covered. There are some exceptions that you can see in this definition. For instance, health sector is not covered. And there are, of course, also now discussions about the next steps of bioeconomy strategy, whether it should be broader or it should include some other sectors. For instance, there is a big discussion about the role of biotechnology, which is included currently, but again, with an exception of health biotechnology, for instance. So this is the definition that we have, including services, ecosystem services, and environment as well. It is a very important part of European economy in general, in terms of employment, in terms of GDP. These sectors, some are traditional sectors like agriculture, food production. Of course, other sectors are also here involved in job creation, I mean, broadly speaking, in the bioeconomy services, for instance, talking about recreation, the potential of nature that can also contribute to this broader bioeconomy ecosystem, let's say, in terms of services, for instance, from restaurants, just to give one example. So there could be different definitions, but in any case, it is very clear that there is a big potential, and the whole sector is a critical and important part of European economy. Now looking again on the bioeconomy strategy, this is not exactly a very new process. Already last year we were celebrating a decade, 10-year anniversary of the first bioeconomy strategy on European level. It was then updated in 2018. And actually preceding the European Green Deal that was announced by the new Commission, the current Commission actually, 1 year later, so in 2019 there was the European Green Deal, but the bioeconomy strategy came earlier. And then last year there was a progress report. I will talk about this in a bit also in a moment, that looked on the progress of bioeconomy implementation in Europe. And finally this year, early this year in April, we had the Council conclusions on bioeconomy, which invited the Commission and the Member States to proceed to the next bioeconomy update, basically. So the strategy is planned to be updated. So this is just to remind you how the strategy was formulated. It had basically three main elements, looking on the potential of bio-based sectors, industry, but also the issue of sustainability and circularity, which was very, very important in the strategy. again, a holistic approach and the role of local bioeconomy development in Europe. So these were the main elements. Now the progress report that was adopted last year in June found that the bioeconomy progresses very well in Europe, that it contributes to the overall objectives of the European Green Deal. It is really an enabler of just transition and green transition as in general. So this is a broader concept, of course, of how the European societies need to adapt to the challenges that are facing us. I mean, just to mention, of course, the climate change, the biodiversity crisis, the sustainability crisis, the consumption that is unsustainable. So these were the areas that were identified in the progress report as areas of attention, and this could give rise to the next update of a bioeconomy strategy. So looking on the transition to resilient and sustainable systems, for instance, food systems, ecosystems, and adapting this to the local ecological boundaries. And then in terms of how the biological resources are managed to be adapted to more sustainable frameworks. So in terms of consumption, in terms of management of biosphere and biological resources. So these were the council conclusions that I already mentioned. Generally speaking, there was a support to the findings of the progress report. Also finding that the bioeconomy strategy contributes to European resilience and tackling these global challenges. And then there were several more specific points in the end, recognizing the different areas of bioeconomy development, and finally asking the Commission to present an updated strategy by the next programming cycle. So this is a final conclusion from this Bioeconomy Council led by the Swedish presidency. Of course, at the same time, bioeconomy progresses on national level also. So this is an important element of bioeconomy strategy on the European level. We see that there is a big progress in terms of bioeconomy development in Europe. So, but still, an area of concern is, of course, this area that you can see in light green color here, including Poland, the countries that still are developing the strategies but do not have them at the moment. So of course, if there is no national strategy, no regional strategy, then this becomes quite difficult to progress on this holistic strategic thinking, how to benefit from all opportunities. And this process of developing the strategies has been supported by the different projects and different European Union initiatives. We see that countries are progressing on this. For instance, the Swedish bioeconomy strategy is about to be adopted. But yet still there is this need to policy attention in especially Central and Eastern European countries that do not have strategies at the moment. So also on the regional level, there is significant progress. Many regions have also developed their own strategies. Some regions also in Poland. But of course, this needs to finally contribute to more kind of national level approach. and at the same time, the regions can have different specificities, so this regional approach is also very valid in general. Then just to mention that there is also a focus on the young generation in this process. There was an initiative that is still going on to engage the so-called Bioeconomy youth ambassadors. So a group of young people who are engaged in promotion of bioeconomy. They come from all the European countries. This group can be broadened, and they are expected to pass the message of importance of bioeconomy to empower the new generation and to contribute to this transition. Then just a few words about the European Union support programs. Not without going into too much details, you may want to see more details in the presentations that are available from the Horizon Europe Cluster 6 Info Day. This is all available online, but just to say a few words about what is being done to support the bioeconomy policy and also bioeconomy in general development. So especially a call that is now open, just to make a point that there is an ongoing open call of this Horizon Europe cluster looking on circular economy and bioeconomy sectors. The deadline is February next year, so it is a perfect moment to prepare proposals and apply, for instance, on bioeconomy sectors and circular economy. And so I will not go into all the details. This presentation will be available, of course, but just to say that there are some interesting topics supported in this program. So the current work program on circular solutions, for instance, on textiles, on plastics, on new solutions for even tourism, furniture, all these things about circularity, so circular economy transition, and also bio-based systems. Some topics are open there, for instance, on biodegradation of bio-based plastics in specific environments, on bioeconomy project development assistance, which could be an interesting topic to support the policy development, and also blue economy, blue bioeconomy. That is also an important element of this overall picture. So this is the division of the budget. The budget is quite significant. And just to, as my last message, this is also not to be forgotten, that there is another instrument, a very important one, to support this transition with industry together, the Circular Bio-Based Europe joint undertaking. You will hear more about it in the session 3 today, so I will not spend too much time on this, but this is also a very important effort to bring together all the actors to develop those solutions across Europe together with industry and public side. So with this, I would like to wish you all best for the application of a new call that is open. And also, let's hope that there is also support from the public side in terms of bioeconomy strategy that would also go in this direction and support this process. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tomasz. So as we see, European Commission, it's treating really seriously the bioeconomy topics, which I'm happy. There is a lot of funding to support the innovative project. I don't know if you have any questions, please ask. If not, Tomasz will be with us, so yes. And also he will be tomorrow with us on Mazovia Circular Congress, so if you have, please. If not, thank you very much. So as I said, we organized that under the umbrella European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform, which is a platform established by European Commission and Socio-Economic Committee. So the next speaker will be Maria Nicola Polu, member of the European Economic Social Committee, but also president of the Association for the Development of Time Banks. So Maria is joining us from Brussels. So Maria, are you with us? Yes, hello, good morning.
Good morning, Agnieszka. Good morning, everyone.
So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, first of all, for organizing this event under the umbrella of the Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform. And a special thanks to you, Agnieszka, and Innovo, one of the organizers of the event, for your hard work on the leadership group that you mentioned earlier as well, that where you work specifically with other stakeholders on bioeconomy. And you really contribute to make the link explicit and bring awareness of the importance of the bioeconomy as a driver to transition to a circular economy. Now, the circular bioeconomy, it's an attractive concept for reuse, reduce, recycle resources, and hold enormous promises to resolve the energy crisis, to contribute to the food security, to tackle the pollution problems that we have. And the ESC sees nature-based solutions, the bioeconomy, and the transition to a circular economy as an essential climate adaptation approach, and at the same time as an opportunity for the European Union to recover economically in an environmentally and socially sustainable way. And the ESA has called on the European Union to propose a new vision of prosperity for people and the planet based on the principles of environmental sustainability, the right to a decent life, and the protection of social values. Now, better awareness of our consumption of bioresources, I think it must be given priority in line with the climate objectives of the European Green Deal, of course, plus the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. And beyond achieving a better understanding, bioeconomy activities need to engage consumers through regular advice and information, and this will facilitate the necessary changes and pave the way for introducing measures for further boost of consumers' trust. And also public procurers will uptake the EU-produced bio-based products. There are opportunities for biodiversity, for industry, for economic development and job creations, as we saw before as well. And there's a global demand for sustainable, resource-efficient bio-based products. However, we think we can do more to respond to this demand. For example, set up individual, flexible consulting and advisory services. Public and private cooperation should give due attention to the primary producers. This model could be supported by a range of measures and instruments, not only the Common Agricultural Policy, but even more. To incorporate research, innovation, and bioeconomy activities into a long-term strategy will also make it easier to support development and replication of the projects. Important to continue the education and training of the workers, especially in the primary sector, to promote the circular economy and inter-sectorial territorial linkage in the European Union and beyond, and all member states should mainstream a comprehensive bioeconomy strategy into their policies and programs. We've seen earlier the fragmentation on the slides of the Commission. Now, bioeconomy ties together with many standards of sustainable development, from the climate mitigation and adaptation, the ecosystem restoration, the food security and nutrition, rural livelihood and rural development. Now, to avoid distortions to the advantage of the environment, the economy and the society, the same rules shall apply for biomass from the European Union and from abroad. And the EU bioeconomy strategy, as part of the European Green Deal, emphasizes the sustainable use of renewable biological resources, and it's closely linked to the EU biodiversity strategy as it seeks to protect and restore biodiversity and to the Circular Economy Action Plan. It emphasizes the sustainable use of resources, waste reduction and recycling. Yet there is a common misconception that switching to the use of biomass is the best way to implement the circular economy. And it's essential to understand the complexities, the potential limitations regarding land use and biodiversity, the impacts, the resource efficiency, and of course the environmental impact. And the Bioeconomy Strategy Progress Report from last year that we saw, that assesses the progress of the implementation of the strategy, identified two major gaps for possible future EU bioeconomy actions. How to better manage land and biomass demands to stay within the planetary boundaries, and how to work on more sustainable consumption patterns to enhance environmental integrity. And in this respect, sustainable circular bioeconomy through better coherence between bioeconomy and circular economy policies and research and innovation, of course, are essential to keep resources at the highest value for as long as possible. And in order to ensure that the different policies are reinforcing each other rather than undermining, there is a strong need for EU policy coherence. And this involves establishing a sustainable circular bioeconomy that relies on the improved alignment between the policies of bioeconomy and circular economy. And the objective is to extend the use of life of resources by adopting practices like cascading biomass use and recycling while safeguarding our natural capital. Instead of running these policy initiatives independently, a more effective approach would be to integrate both concepts into policy and research endeavors. And cross-policy relevance of bioeconomy should be better acknowledged, which would allow to deepen the synergies and to guarantee the sustainable utilization of the biomass. And this transition would enable us to overcome the limitations of the traditional bioeconomy and really go towards a genuine circular bioeconomy. Now, collaboration and partnership at each step of the design, of the development, and the implementation of the solutions are important. And more and broader partnership to unite science, the farming community, the youth movement, as we saw earlier as well, policymakers. All this is key to deal with the bioeconomy in a balanced way. And as suggested to the Commission in the published Council conclusions from April, to promote the uptake of innovative tools and technologies, the European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform can play a role in bringing practical solutions from the people on the ground to policymakers and to help disseminate it to the broader audience. Thank you very much.
Very much, Maria, for your speech. And thank you for your support for our activities. So now I would like to invite a very important stakeholder in the value chain, the one from which everything starts in bioeconomy. So I would like to introduce to you Laurent Blauzet from Copa-Cogeca, which is one of the biggest, I think, association of farmers, of people who are connected with the food producing, yes, and agriculture. So, Laurent, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, the organizer, for letting me present part of our activity. I'm here on the behalf of Copa-Cogeca, but I'm a bioeconomic officer at La Coopération Agricole, which is the French representative of Copa-Cogeca in France, so the collective and the federation of the French cooperative. so first I would like to introduce the Copa-Cogeca for those who don't know the organization. It is both organization representative of the farmers, which is the Copa, and the Copa-Cogeca, which is the representative of the agro-cooperative. Both were created in the 50s, and they represent a large amount of the farmers, of course, but also the cooperative. You have the number here. And you can see that there is a lot of organizations that tackle the farmer sector, but also the bioeconomy sector, as you will see in my presentation. And so, in order to tackle the transversal thematic, they have a joint secretary, which is led by Oana Neagu, and it's important because they tackle like the thematics such as bioeconomy, energy, and transition, and so they are active at the Brussels level for the European. But first, maybe a small reminder about what is a cooperative, because it's like a very particular type of organization, because it's a business that's first belong to farmers. They were created by the farmers in order to have a tool, in order to be able to gather and to master the logistic plan, but also the economic side as well. And it belonged to them because each have like a small part of the company, of the business, and they have a democratic organization because each person has one vote. If you have 1,000 tons or just a few cattle. And so the important thing is that it's democratic and it's gather people from one territory. So it's only we are able to have an activity on a specific geographic territory, and so it's very local. And because it's local, it's gather all the rural territory to have economic activity. And the main goal, because it's first of all an economic organization, it's to get a better value about agricultural products. First of all, it was for alimentary application, but now with bioeconomy, it's broader with non-alimentary application. So what about the bioeconomy and the European Green Deal? As presented before by the previous speaker, there was a bioeconomy strategy in 2012, revised in 2018, and then happened the Green Deal. And we can see that within the Green Deal, bioeconomy was only a part of the Green Deal, and it was surrounded by other very important goal and deal as well. So the problem is that it was not a particular new strategy. There is a really need for a new strategy and not just a subtopic for bioeconomy within the European Green Deal. So why bioeconomy is important for the farmers and the cooperative? It's because it's an opportunity to bother like the activity and not just to keep it for alimentary application. It's sustainable and the three pillars of sustainable development, because it's economic. You can get new value for a new byproduct, co-product, or waste. It's about social, because you get new jobs in rural area that are mainly, in case in France, really depraved, and because the factory are closing, and with bioeconomy you can open new factory and get new job. And eventually it's sustainable because it's used renewable resources, so it's part of the sustainability. So I said a few words about the viability of the rural area. As I said, it's an opportunity to create real value in very areas that are at the moment not quite well on the economic side. And it's a chance to promote like a new business model. You will see some new examples that are very important, and an opportunity in order to attract new generation also, because it's new kind of business model, but new way to work also as well. So this is like what which tool we tackle, like the bioeconomy at the EU level. Of course, we have national organizations such as mine, La Coopération École at the French level, but we have members all over Europe. And at the European level, we are part of the EUBA, the European Bioeconomy Alliance. I don't know if some of you know this organization, and we have a new manifesto that is currently that will be out in November. We have made an event in June 2023, but I will get to that later. And we are, of course, member of the EU Circular Economy Platform as part of this event. And we created a European Award for the cooperative and the agriculture every 2 years, and there is one specific category regarding the bioeconomy. I will show you, like the last we have the award recently. So regarding the event in June, we've reached like a few recommendations from the primary producers, such as the farmer and the cooperative, and these recommendations are in support of the Council conclusion that was presented before. First of all, we need a revision of the bioeconomy strategy for the new after the new election, of course. There is a need for a strong policy coordination at the EU level, a EU coordinator or EU commissaire, of course. And also we need like new funding mechanism. You can see that you have seen that there is the CBU, there is like Horizon, there is the CAP, of course, but we need more in order to be able to develop the bioeconomy from the agricultural side. And of course, we need to bother like the sustainability of the bioeconomy. It's sustainable, you get job, it's sustainable resources, and you can get this. And so, of course, there is, as presented before also, there is like national strategy and EU strategy, and we need like to reinforce all this strategy, and maybe like have a consultation between this strategy in order to be able to develop this. Also, we need to build like a real cooperation between private sector actors in order to have like transnational operation and program in order to be able to learn from each other and develop the bioeconomy. There is a huge diversity in bioeconomy, as you know, of course. There are large diversity of bio-waste, of co-product, byproduct, and biomass. So there is like very different kind of supply chain that needs to be invented or implemented and massified. And the more important thing is that usually now bioeconomy is regarded as like a niche application, and it needs to move to more larger application. And with this, we need like to have a more strong supply chain and transformation tissue in order to reach the goal to have like a larger production level. And of course, we need still to fill the skill and knowledge gap in order to be able to have new professionals, so attract the new generation in order to get them to work in the bioeconomy. And of course, as I say, we need to continue to invest in the EU network to help the new generation in order to develop this strategy. This is an example of few cooperation and cooperative that are more in the bioeconomy, and this is like the example of the award of the last award regarding the bioeconomy. It was a cooperative in Spain that invent like a new process in order to treat the rice husk, in order to get them in a biofiller in biocomposite materials. So you substitute plastics from vegetal biomass, such as rice husk. So this is just to represent La Coopération École. It's the federation of the French cooperative, and so we speak about the agriculture. and the cooperative. I will go because I see that the time is running out. The most important thing is like you can see like few examples in bioeconomy in France. You have here CAVAC, which is a French cooperative that treats plant fiber. You have the flax and the hemp, and so they talk with the farmers and say, okay, we have an opportunity with biomaterials. What do you want to do? And they decide together to go to hemp and flax, to have a factory that treats and that separates the plant, the different part of the plant. And each part of the plant, you have the example of hemp. You can separate the grain of the flower to a certain application. And the stem, you have the fiber and the sheave. The fiber can be used for insulation material, so you can see on the bottom right. But the sheaves can be used in vegetal concrete, such as hemp concrete on the left side, but also at the biofiller as the rice husk presented before to substitute the plastics. Another example that is quite impressive from my point of view is that it's Tereos. It involves like symbiosis and industrial and territorial ecology. So an illustration, you have the wheat at the basis, and then you have the factory that use all the parts of the wheat. It separates like the starch that is used for chemical, for biofuel, for sugar. And on the same industrial platform, they use part of this to make caramel. On the right side, you have Niguet that use the sugar that was originated from the wheat. You have a part of the wheat that is deconstructed by chemical transformation, and you can use it to have animal fed, to produce animal fed. Part of the wheat, a part of the byproduct is used in a factory that produce heat and electricity that aliments all the different sub-factories of this platform. And if you take the wheat bran from Tereos, it is used to grow insects on the bottom left side of the picture, and it's used to grow insects to have like protein meal, and it is used for pet food and fish. So here you have an example of industrial and territorial ecology that at the first step is a cooperative, Tereos, and its optimization of the resources that we have on one plant. So what are my take-home message? So the farmers and the cooperative are key players in the bioeconomy today, such as bioeconomy production, but also the valorization. And to continue to grow this activity, we need few things. We need to have a bioeconomy priority as an integral part of frameworks and policies. So basically a bioeconomy coordinator at the EU level. We need to ensure a sufficient budget such as CAP, EU R&I program, and tools in order to boost innovation and future investment for bio-based solutions, so we can have a better use of local resources. But also we need to have national strategy on skills, training and advisory in order to be able to attract the new generation, to get them to work in our sector, and so we can develop the bioeconomy. And finally, we think that there is a need for strong cooperation between all European countries in order to clarify and to cooperate between each other, to have like a strong bioeconomy sector and a resilient use of the resources. So we have a resilient Europe, less dependent on other materials. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for these interesting examples, which is already going on in practice. So now I would like to invite on a stage Dr. Vignesh Kumaravel and Mrs. Lakshmi Gopamari Sateshis. It's very complicated. I don't know, will you present together? Yes? Okay. Dr. Vignesh Kumaravel is from International Center for Research on Innovative Bio-Based Materials and also cooperate with Polish Bioeconomy Cluster, yes, with Professor Ciechańska. So please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to share the key findings of Equibiome's research in this circular bioeconomy event. Today I would like to talk about more on the valorization of waste materials. Our Mother Earth provides everything that makes life possible, but at the same time, due to industrialization and population, we are generating too many unwanted waste materials. Especially, there is a huge amount of carbon emissions in these last 50 years. So we are now very close to the danger zone of an apocalypse because of these carbon emissions. If this situation continues, the future generation won't be able to meet their needs. We are consuming all these resources at a rate that Mother Earth doesn't have time to build a new one. At the same time, there are more number of people on Earth in need of these resources. So we need to completely eliminate the carbon emissions from the basic needs of our society in order to hitting the walls of unsustainability, and we should completely focus on sustainable technologies. So these are the major areas to focus to develop a sustainable future for the future generation. So among these areas, materials are playing a major role in addressing the global challenges of greenhouse gas emissions, environmental pollution, energy crisis, and infectious diseases. There are several activities going on all around the world to develop novel materials for the sustainable society for our grandchildren. So Equilibrium is one of the international research centers. We are mainly focusing on bio-based and bio-inspired materials. It was established at the Lord's University of Technology in 2019 in collaboration with the Max Planck Institute of Polymers Research. This is one of the international research centers funded by the Foundation for Polish Science. Our research activities are mainly centered on the synergistic aspects of materials, polymers, biotechnology, and computational chemistry, packaging, healthcare, electronics, biomedical, and green energy are the major applications of our research center. So today, I would like to talk about how to utilize this waste for food packaging and the production of two-dimensional materials, quantum dots, and some kind of biofuels, and also some kind of antimicrobial hydrogels with biopolymers and natural agents for the dental infections, and also some functionalized biopolymers for biomedical applications. We are involved in the valorization of various industrial and agricultural waste for numerous applications. Especially, there is a huge amount of brewery spent grain generation in Europe from the beer production. Most of this waste is used for animal feeding, and a minor quantity is used for production of biogas, and around 20% is disposed as landfill. It is an interesting raw material because it has rich sources of biopolymers and other active ingredients. It can be effectively utilized for various applications. So we are successful in our research to utilize this material for packaging and the production of two-dimensional materials. It is a sustainable packaging material, and it can contribute to the circular bioeconomy. And we have developed two kinds of polymeric films, one with the hemicellulose and another one is the protein lignin, based upon the technology we have developed in our research. Those films have different mechanical properties. For example, the hemicellulose films are easily sensitive to water, so it can be used for water-sensitive packaging, for example, detergent packaging. And the other film is not mechanically durable, but at the same time, it has some antimicrobial and anti-inflammatory features. So we can use this film for packing foods that are vulnerable to oxidative degradation. For example, butter or cheese kind of packaging we can use. And we have also used the same materials to produce graphene oxide and graphene quantum dots. You know very well the wide range of applications of graphene-based materials in various sectors. So we have developed a technology which is economically more cheap when compared to the conventional chemical synthesis, And we did a lot of analysis to characterize this material, and we are successful in producing this graphene from this brewery spent grain. Most importantly, we are also investigating how this material is performing well according to the sustainability and surface functional features and the topological features using various computational calculations. And another thing, these materials are not toxic to the human cells, and we have investigated by some cytotoxicity experiments, so we can safely use these materials for various antimicrobial applications. And our research also confirmed it has some antimicrobial properties. Especially, we would like to develop some materials it could act against the superbugs, because there is a huge amount of infections, especially from the multi-drug resistant microbes. So we tested our materials against the methicillin resistant Staphylococcus aureus, and we have used both 80cc strains and the strains which are collected from the wound specimens from hospitals. And the material showed very good antimicrobial properties against this MRSA. And also we confirmed how this material is killing the microbes through various computational analysis. So recently we established a collaboration with Compania Piva, which is a Asahi group of beer industries. They have a market share of more than 40% beer production in Poland. This is the company which is producing the most delicious Polish beers. I hope most of you tasted one of these beers. So we can do a lot of things with this brewery spent grain, not only for packaging or two-dimensional materials. So we submitted a Horizon Europe proposal with different industries and academic institutes from all over the Europe to utilize this solid waste and liquid waste and the carbon dioxide emitted from the beer industries to produce a wide range of biopolymers, biofuels, organic fertilizers, and other commercial building blocks to develop a prototype that can be installed in the beer industries to close the carbon loop. Last week, I started the Eranet grant in collaboration with Spain and Brazil. In this project, we are converting the carbon dioxide using a renewable energy-driven electrocatalysis technology. At first, the carbon dioxide will be converted into acetate. Then it will be given to the genetically modified microbes to produce biopolymers. So we can directly produce the biopolymers from carbon dioxide using the genetic engineering technology. So the key findings of this research is highly beneficial for various national and EU goals. And also we are producing materials that can be able to be used for addressing the dental infections, because millions of people are having dental infections globally, and a huge amount of money is spent towards developing materials to address the dental infections. So we are developing some kind of hydrogels based upon these biopolymers and some natural antimicrobial agents like curcumin and vitamin E. So you can see these kind of materials can be used to treat endodontics and periodontics. So we have successful to test these materials for the human gingival fibroblast, and we have created a scratch, and we have tested this material is successful in closing the wounds within 2 days. And also it is not toxic in nature, and we did a lot of studies with the human dental pulp stem cells. Most of our studies confirms these materials can able to regenerate the dental tissue, and it can be used to initiate the teeth formation when we are using these biopolymers and natural antimicrobial agents. So right now we are working in a project to derive this chitosan from the mushroom waste, because Poland, we are generating too many mushrooms. So Poland is the #1 country in European Union to produce more mushroom. So we are targeting to use this mushroom waste to produce the chitosan, and then we can functionalize this chitosan with various functionalizing agents to produce some kind of antimicrobial and biodegradable materials to address the infections in the healthcare sector. And also, I have involved in producing the two-dimensional materials. 2D materials are more popular nowadays. So we are producing graphene oxide, maxine, and metal organic frameworks from various agricultural and industrial waste. This can be treated with various biopolymers to derive hydrogels that can be used to treat the infections against the superbugs. And also, we have derived a lot of biopolymers, polyhydroxy, alkanates, bacterial nanocellulose, and some kind of cyanophycin. We are modifying them for various commercial application. This is one of our recent research in collaboration with the Institute of Marine Biotechnology. We are sourcing these microbes from the coastal sediments, especially the coastal areas in the Malaysian islands. These microbes can be used to produce the biopolymers, and we are using agricultural waste as a carbon source to grow this microbe to produce the polymer. This can be used for various biomedical applications. And also, we have produced the polyhydroxybutyrate from a microbe which is locally sourced in Uj. And this was tested for the biofilm formation against the sausages. And we have tested its efficiency for almost 1 month. And we have tested the antimicrobial property against a lot of food pathogens. If you see, we have tested the total bacteria count for 30 days. You can see the difference between the sausages, which is not having the polymer, and the sausages which is having the polymer. So these polymer can be able to avoid the biofilm formation for 30 days. So I have provided a brief overview of some of our recent research in this short time. We are progressing well on the waste valorization for different applications. Commercializing our materials is a long journey because we have initially started our research in the last 2 years. So now we are collaborating with a lot of industries on different fields. Ecribiome is committed to making a difference in the biomedical research by developing novel materials and cost-effective technology for affordable healthcare access in Poland and all over the European Union. Especially, we would like to develop some kind of intelligent patient-specific scaffolds with some antimicrobial features and developing a lot of prototypes that can be used in the industries for biofuel and green energy production. So this is my team. I am glad to have a dedicated and hardworking team from all over the world. These are the people who are doing these interesting studies. So Mother Earth is one of the most beautiful habitable planet in this universe. We have already destroyed a lot because of a huge amount of carbon emissions in this last 50 years. Developing a sustainable society is the major challenge in front of the scientific community. I hope the breakthroughs in bio-based and bio-inspired materials definitely contribute to develop a sustainable society for our grandchildren. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very impressive. So as you see, we can really do a lot with the biomass bioproduct. The question is about the scaling up. It's still, I think, a long way to go, how we can implement it into the economically valuable condition. So that we will discuss later in the panel discussion. But now it's two presentations about how we can really create the system to support such innovation, such food transition, circular food chain transition, such circular innovation from bioproduct. So firstly, I would like to invite Professor Jerzy Kozyra from Institute of Soil Science and Plant Cultivation, which you and your team made some research about the bioeconomy strategy for Poland, yes? Later, we will hear about the bioeconomy strategy in Netherlands from the Pauline Buffing, who is from Ministry of Netherlands, Agriculture in Netherlands. So,
thank you, Agnieszka. Dzień dobry, good morning. I can say that I represent the countries that do not have bioeconomy strategy. So this is for what Bioeast organization initiative was created, and it's based to support countries, Central European countries, in developing bioeconomy strategy. Personally, I represent the Department of Bioeconomy Strategy, and I come from climatology science, so not from the chemical. Some years ago, I decided to work closer to stakeholders and passed from agrometeorology to bioeconomy department. Based on the European project called Bioecon. It was a project that the aim was to support the creation of bioeconomy strategy and create the department of bioeconomy strategy in our institute. And then from one project to another project, we created BioEast app project for BioEast initiative. Can I take the... Okay. Green one, okay. So I will talk about a little bit about the result of BioEast app project and also about the project that we have now. And then about National Bioeconomy Hub that we created last month, and closing some summary messages. Consortium of BioEast app project was created by 21 partners, but not only science. On the board, we have experts from the ministries, so it was a little bit difficult consortium to work because another obligation in the work. And we have two partners from Finland and Germany, from the countries that they have bioeconomy strategy. So the aim of these partners was to support us in shaping the strategy for the countries, inter-European countries. The name of the project was Advances Sustainable Circular Bioeconomy in Central and Eastern European countries. And you see the project team from the kickoff meeting. And it was the last picture that we made before the pandemic. So from the kickoff meeting, we started to learn very fast the online tools to cooperate, to discuss. And I think that thanks to pandemic, we are more efficient. We can talk more and discuss more about the bioeconomy. And the last meeting was also not online, physical. So all the jobs we done was online. The main outputs of BioEast app projects are three. One is virtual toolbox that supports our work, so you can find there many documents, databases, and you can find our result from our project. The second output was strategic research innovation agenda, and the third one was bioeconomy concept paper. What is interesting that we create for all 11 countries a single bioeconomy concept paper. So during the project, 2 of the countries are close to finishing the bioeconomy strategy, Latvia and Lithuania, but others have a position that we have different, very nice shapes, biological strategy, so climate change adaptation strategy, and still we do not have agreement that bioeconomy strategy is valid for us. So we wait for decision. So we are still in the steps that we do not have a bioeconomy strategy. How we can call our concept niche sector approach. What is the strength of Polish bioeconomy? We have a very strong agricultural sector and food system sector. But these sectors do not have proper sustainability assessment. So this is the one of the things that we have to improve. And in Poland and in other Central European countries, we also have, we call it niche sectors or novel sectors, that they are not developed. For example, biogas sector is 10% of the German biogas sectors. Organic farming is only 5% of Polish farm. And inland farming is something new. And we need to concentrate on these 2 types of bioeconomies, let's say. These 2 types, we need to incorporate different measures for these two types of bioeconomy, let's say. Only a few things. We need to eliminate barriers. So in the concept papers, you can find 3 or 4 main barriers that should be eliminated. You can find it in our web page, and we also try to publish the strategic concept paper summary in the Open Research Europe. I think in few days will be available. But let's only say about the barriers of the biogas plant that are very specific. The one is that the people think that biogas plant is negative for environment. So this is based on the results that we obtain from the stakeholders. You can ask, is it true? Could be safe? It should be. This is one of the points of bioeconomy. Regarding organic farming, only 5% in Poland of farms are organic. Why not more? We do not develop proper value chains. So there is no cooperation, single farms. So we need to work on the market mechanism to support farmers. And then, inland farming. Stakeholder on consumer, they are not aware what inland farming can produce. It can produce food without the very low carbon footprint. So for the next things that we developed or pointed out, let's look on our paper. And based on the Bioist app, our future is like this. We have next project. It's based on Horizon 22. And we start in this project from the stakeholder engagement. And the end of the project is the roadmap. So we hope we will, on the end of this project, the roadmap, how to make bioeconomy strategy, not only the concept. I think it will be right time, but it's what we can do. And this is also the cooperation between the countries of Central European and BN countries that are not, they do not have the strategy. And now Piotr, Jurga, the second author of the presentation in NITRA, and they talk about the progress of this project. And this is another graph of this project. I do not like to read it, but you will have presentation. But central of our project now is stakeholder engagement to the creation, the roadmap. And what was happened last month? So based on our project, we decided to create National Bioeconomy Hub. For what? Now we are not a capacity to build the cluster. Even we have a cluster in Łódź, but we need more and more projects that cooperate, people that cooperate on the level of bioeconomy. So our aim in the 5 point is the cluster. But let's work before and try to engage these niche sectors to build their strategy, to support them, because even they are lost without strategy. Because these main sectors will survive, but they can lose. So we have this certain amount of project that we hunted, even in our institute and in our partner from Kielce, and we will try all of the activities that are connected to stakeholder and make based on this hub and create new value based on this project. So summary. For now, the aim is cross-sectoral bioeconomy strategy. So we move from the analysis of the sectors, we will analyze cross-sectoral interaction, education in dissemination of the bioeconomy issue, and we have to support existed niche technologies that should be shown, that are effective, and they can work for the bioeconomy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So now let's learn from the country who has bioeconomy strategy. I would like to introduce Pauline Baffing, Policy Officer from Ministry of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality, Government of the Netherlands. She will join us online from Netherlands, not from Holland, from Netherlands. So Pauline, are you with us? Oh, you
Yes,
are. Hello,
I hope so.
good morning. So the floor is
Can you
yours,
hear
please.
me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you, we can hear you. You can start your presentation.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank you very much that I can join online. I'm very sad I can't be present in person. It's our very wonderful presentations, and also the discussions among each other are very interesting. And but I'm happy I can still attend online. So if you can show me my slides, please. As I am from the Dutch Ministry of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality, specifically in Directorate Strategy, Knowledge and Innovation. And I've been asked to tell you a bit about how we work on bioeconomy and specifically on circular agriculture in the Netherlands. I will first start with a short introduction of the Netherlands in order to set the scene why we work on a circular agriculture. And then I will point out 3 efforts we take in order to reach this goal, and also end with the road ahead, because we're still in this transition and it's still a road ahead. So first of all, as you might know, the Netherlands is a relatively small country, densely populated, with a rather large agriculture sector. We have a large amount of cattle, and but we also have a very productive agriculture sector. It's very efficient, it's low cost and high productivity, and it leads that we are a big exporter of agriculture products in the world. And we also have a very healthy innovation system, in which we have the so-called Dutch diamond approach, in which civil organizations, governments, knowledge institutes, and business cooperate to in order to develop new knowledge and innovation. And because of this collaboration, these new innovations are quite easily implemented as well. But we are highly productive, but this also comes with its downsides, unfortunately. There are relatively high levels of manure and fertilizer and pesticides consumption, and it leads to too much nitrogen deposition, and also to large-scale uniform landscapes. And because of this nitrogen deposition and also the uniform landscapes, it leads to loss of biodiversity, and the Netherlands has trouble to reach its biodiversity, climate, and also water targets. So we need to develop towards a new agricultural system, but it needs some changes, and those changes can be quite drastic for the existing farmers. So it also leads to some political unrest and protests as well. One way to move forward is also our bioeconomy strategy, or our transition to circular agriculture. It's our vision since 2019. And circular agriculture is seen as a logical and conclusive answer to climate change and resource scarcity. It's quite a broad term, but it means to close cycles of raw materials and minerals, and strengthen our focus on biodiversity, and attuning cultivation to the capacity of the soil, preventing waste, and also important, ensuring farmers are paid a fair price. So I will tell you a bit. Circular agriculture is quite a broad term, and I will explain shortly 3 efforts how we try to reach this goal. So first of all, we aim to rethink food, and mostly the food system. So in our interventions, we really try to look at the whole food system. So not only focusing on how farmers can implement more sustainable agriculture practices, but also how they can be rewarded by it throughout the whole food system, because they're just one part of the whole food chain. And also, for example, when we look at reducing waste streams, we really try to look at the whole food system. And also a thing that the Netherlands is quite interesting in is that we also, for example, look at food consumption. So we also try to have campaigns to change the diet of food consumers to a more plant-based, from meat-based diet to a more plant-based protein diet. So really looking at the whole food system, and not only look what the farmers can do, but also look what consumers and also the producers in between can do. The second effort is also rethinking materials. Not only the agriculture system tries to be a more sustainable, also the whole the Netherlands tries to be more sustainable and more circular. And there are a lot of different interventions you can take in order to become a more circular economy. And most interesting for the agriculture sector is also the substitution of raw materials, which means that fossil materials are replaced by bio-based raw materials. And that also asks effort from the agricultural sector. So together with the different ministries, we have a strategy in order to determine where our waste streams and also biomass should go to. So we have phasing out strategy in which incentive for low value applications such as electricity and heat generation are phased out. So we try not to stimulate those applications. And we try to focus on scaling up. These are high value applications such as chemicals and building materials. So we have also the agricultural sector is collaboration, for example, with construction, the construction and building sector, in order to use biomaterials for this application. However, it's also important to keep in mind that this cultivation of biomass should contribute to the business model of the farmer, and also and that a collaboration on biomass production a chain is required. So you really have to look at the whole value chains as well, and also make sure that the crops used for biomass should contribute to sustainable agricultural practices. So in order to do more harm, in order to do actually more good than harm. So the last thing I want to point out is lots to tell about, but these are just 3 efforts I would like to highlight, is how we rethink the agriculture sector as a whole and how we approach them, because there is a lot of different variations of sustainable agriculture you can think of. And but also, for example, in greenhouse houses also could also be more circular and sustainable. And one of the approaches that we have is to really look at key performance indicators. So the key performance indicators are we are developing them in order to connect goals with measures, and instead of really make policy to certain measures, we want to let the farmer has the choice which measures he or she can take in order to reach the goals on sustainability. So it really also requires an integral approach in order to prevent negative side effects. And also you have to think how you could reward these positive these measures that have positive effect on the key performance indicators. So, for example, this is a Dutch slide just to keep to illustrate from how we are working on these different goals that we have, for example, on circularity, climate change, a better soil, and what kind of key performance indicators you can connect to that, and what kind of measures the farmers in the end can choose from in order to really have a different menu of different measures that the farmers can take in order to more sustainable and circular agriculture. So, as I said, these are just 3 efforts I would like to highlight and share for now, but there's still we are transitioning. We are in a transition. There's still a long road ahead. In this road ahead, we really would like to going forward with this so-called Dutch diamond approach, in which we collaborate with businesses, knowledge institutes, the governments, and also and different level of governments as well, and also with civil organizations, really looking at the whole food system and also the whole bioeconomy system as a whole. And also we would like to continue our international collaboration in order to export a good quality of products, but also knowledge and innovation in order to help other countries, but also learn from other countries from how we can reach a more sustainable agriculture sector. I would like to end with this slide. We recently, actually last week, published a brochure, Circular Agriculture and Biomass Materials for a Sustainable Future. This brochure contains a lot of examples from how different companies in the Netherlands are working on circular agri-food and biomass, and it can be used as an inspiration also for everyone, actually. So thank you so much, and hopefully I see you next time in person.
This time. So thank you very much. So let's summary our presentation in the panel during the panel discussion. So I would like to invite on the stage Małgorzata Bojańczyk, Director of the Association for Sustainable Agriculture and Food in Poland, and Association of the Sustainable Agriculture, also a partner of Circular Week and this event. Thank you very much. So I would like to invite Laurent Blauze from Copa-Cogeca, which already have a presentation. Tomasz Calikowski from European Commission, Antoni Bushan, Head of Local Authority Support, London. Please join me. I don't know where you want to sit. I can take this, the most comfortable one, or the least comfortable one. And should be also Andrzej Gryb, but I don't see him. Probably he's busy with new government shaping. So let's start like this. So thank you very much for joining us. And let's maybe start from Małgosia. So first of all, what do you think about bioeconomy? How important it is in the circular economy transformation? What is the drivers? What is maybe the barriers for the development of this?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. As an association, we are really happy to support this Circular Week. And sustainable agriculture and food is a very important part of the sustainable and circular bioeconomy. And I would say European bioeconomy requires sustainability and crucial economy. We need agriculture model to promoting innovation, regenerative practices, responsible consumption and production, and zero waste. And when we talk about agri-food sector, I would say very important is to help tackle climate crises and to transform our agri-food system. And what does it mean? We have really a great potential in activities such as sustainable agriculture production. First of all, from agriculture crops must be managed sustainably to avoid the over-degradation of the soil. This will ensure a long-term strategy and a long-term supply of agriculture commodities for bioeconomy. At the same time, it means taking care to protect ecosystems and preserve biodiversity to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Especially because of carbon sequestration. And the advantages of sustainable agriculture is also cost optimization. And another important aspect, important in the context of sustainable production, is a social aspect. It considers also a social issue, such as workers' rights, fair wages, or equal opportunities. And of course, research and innovation are necessary to improve efficiency and reduce costs and minimize environmental impact within the bioeconomy. And what else? Very important, legislation and consumers. Legislation because of the tempo and pressure on all stakeholders involved in the chain, and consumers because on the end we decided what we want to buy, and maybe collaboration. Yeah, that's very important to collaborate together.
And that's absolutely the key. So maybe Anthony. So good morning, because I didn't see you before the panel, so I wasn't sure if you are there. And Anthony came from London, from London and London, and will stay with us for the rest of the week as well. So maybe first of all, could you introduce your organization a little bit, why you are here, and also tell us what is your opinion about the drivers, barriers for circular bioeconomy development, how the situation looks in England, in UK, yes? Do you have the bioeconomy strategy or not, and what do you do in this field?
Okay, so thank you very much for having me. I'm really excited to be here for the week and to be involved in this. I always get slightly depressed when you show the map of Europe and the UK is no longer highlighted as part of it, but it's a personal opinion. Re-London is a body that represents or is trying to drive circularity in London. So we work with the Mayor of London and the 33 boroughs. Maybe just to give a bit of context, because I will talk from a city's perspective, and particularly from London. London's a city of 9 million residents. So when we had our last speaker from the Netherlands, that's half of the population of the Netherlands live in London. So it's a huge mega city, global mega city. And as a megacity, it's a consumer of products and services. So when we talk about the bioeconomy, 99% of the food that we consume in London comes from outside of London. So it's generated by mainly by the rest of Europe, but also by the rest of the globe. And if we think about consumption-based emissions, 78% of the consumption-based emissions associated with that food that we consume happens outside of our city boundaries. So hearing the speakers today, and I should just say that 78%, or the emissions associated with food are equivalent to 10% of London's consumption-based emissions. And that's more than all of the cars in London. So that just puts it into perspective. When we talk about the circular economy, when we talk about tackling the climate emergency, and so much government emphasis is placed on transport and energy, and actually, if we started to tackle the bioeconomy in a bit more of a systemic way, that would have huge implications on tackling the climate emergency. So it's fantastic to hear, actually, and I was really inspired by some of the practical examples that Laurent put up of the kind of industrial symbiosis that's going on between agriculture and product manufacturing. So for us in London, the bioeconomy is huge. If we're going to tackle London's consumption-based emissions, we need to work with the whole value chain of the food that we are consuming within the capital, in the UK.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this data, which is really kind of give the right perspective, as I must say. So, okay, when we're talking about the real examples, you show us a few, Laurent. You support a lot of these practical examples. So tell me, what is with the scalability? What is going on after? What are the barriers and why they are not that popular as could be? For example, when we're talking about industrial symbiosis, biomass could be excellent product for textile. We still rely on cotton. Why is that? Is it reluctant of the industry? Or there is some other barriers? I don't know if you have an answer for that now, but let's discuss it. And what is your thought about? And tell us what is going on later when you give the funding to the project. They kind of accomplish it. What then?
Okay, a set of very interesting and quite complex questions, of course. So it's many times it's easier said than done, but it is also very important to see, real action in progress, what we call deployment and scaling up, and I think this is very important. Of course, it all rests on research and on innovation that is happening in many places in Europe. Some of this is of course supported by European projects. We have many of them, so it's as I kind of hinted in my kind of helicopter view presentation. Of course, we have Horizon Europe projects, we have partnerships, for instance, the one that we will hear more on later on today, Circular Bio-Based Europe partnership. This is an approach to really try to bring together these communities, research and academia and industry together to deploy these solutions in local places. I generally would say that I agree with what has been said today. It is a very, very interesting presentation, and the meeting, because there is no one solution, of course. There are many solutions that are can be applied in local circumstances. What is very important is, in fact, this focus on sustainability and circularity. This is a very important trend, and we see, for instance, the presentation from the Netherlands was very interesting to see that there is also, social pressure and social aspects of this that cannot be ignored, of course. That on one hand, no one should be left behind in this process of transition, and at the same time, pushing sustainability will have trade-offs, of course. So this is an important aspect of this deployment. But I think, yes, for instance, looking on the role of small and medium enterprises is something I think that hasn't been maybe discussed too much today. Because in fact, this is what we see also in the partnerships CBE, that there is a very strong participation of these small companies, and this is also something that puts more action in the hands of people who will then use these solutions, and then if a sustainability framework is set correctly, then there is a great potential, and many opportunities can be developed. I think this is a bit generic reply maybe, but it's also a common effort, of course. So maybe just to say a few words about this.
Thank you. So Laurent, what is your opinion? You have your project running on.
Yeah, there is a few projects. I will speak on my appearance about the French situation, but also can be extrapolated to other countries. I think that the main struggle right now is to explain the bioeconomy. It's not entirely on very large projects, such as the one as presented, a large industrial platform. You have also a small-scale bioeconomy that can be developed and that could be developed on the local. You have an optimization of the utilization of the resources that you produce locally. And so I think that the main struggle is to diffuse like the information that you can work economy at your level, and the farmers are mainly wait and see people to see if someone just next to them do something. Okay, maybe if it's working, they are waiting to see if it's working, and so they need to be reassured about what could be done, and they need to be reassured about there is new kind of model that can be developed. And so if you don't be afraid to develop your own new business model, and with this new business model, you can need new kind of funding, because it's not necessarily like very big project. So I think that there is really more developed offer of incentive and fundings for smaller projects. Because right now, the big scaling up, okay, you get a large factory, but also you need scaling up about smaller project or smaller program and smaller factory in order to have, like, for example, in the southwest of France, there is like a group of farmers that create a new cooperative around like the transformation of wheat straw in order to have insulation material. You just grind the straw and you put them in front between two pieces of wood, and you have a wall that it's isolated. Okay, that's really low tech, but it's bioeconomy, and you can replicate all this kind of small factory that valorize small local resources, and you have a bioeconomy tissue, and a successful one, because they already have project for 8 different factories around France. So I think, yeah, you have different models, so you have different kind of incentive, and of course, I think that one other issue, it's the last step in order to have like public incentive in order to have a bio-prefer consumption of the state, of the different states, but also the consumer. So you need to show them like that it's okay, it's a little bit expensive, but you have all the advantages around this, around the bioeconomy project.
Okay, thank you very much. So Małgosia, I have 2 questions for you. First of all, do you think that Poland needs bioeconomy strategy? And the second question, because we've seen on the presentation of Professor Kozyra that organic farming is just a minor %, yes, of the whole agriculture sector. So how we can make it more mainstream, and why we still like only small amount? Because you're actually cooperating on the everyday basis, yes, with this.
Yes, bioeconomic strategy. Yeah, we need it, but it's very important to involve the sustainable agriculture and food system in this strategy. That's why it's, for example, the strategy, the legislative framework for sustainable food system is one of on the flagship initiative of the Farm to Fork strategy. This is very important. And when we talk about organic farming, this is a part of the agriculture, of the sustainable agriculture. Yeah, this is. I would more explain about the sustainable models, because this is. What we work with, and today we cannot separate the issue of food production, cultivation, or livestock farming methods, including sourcing of agricultural raw materials. Also important are the further stages that agricultural products go through before they reach the consumer's table. And this is the, I think, market reality, which depends very much on the awareness of businesses, awareness of consumers, and in terms of tackling climate change, of course, but in terms of regulations. Yeah, this is very important too. And our association conducted a study of companies from the agriculture food sectors and identified a group of leaders, and the report Turning Point in the food industry shows that we have 25% leaders of the largest agri-food companies operating in Poland, and they declare that they have implemented and realized a sustainability strategy. That's why this is very important to have this in their organization and in investment priorities and to have some investment strategy for agriculture food system. And what is important, the study also shows that 3 times as many companies that implemented a sustainable development strategy reported an increase in operating profit than companies that did not. And that means building sustainable supply chains should be seen as an investment and not a cost. And I think we are still at the beginning when we talk about this green transformation, but we no longer ask if, but how to do it. And I think it's a good thing.
Thank you very much. So what do you think about the urban farming? Because you said that most of the food, it goes out of London boundaries. How do you see it? Is it mainly done, let's say, for fun or like PR, or is it really doable? Just introduce the farming into the cities. When we have this restaurant, you know, on the roof, they grow, I don't know, the herbs and some kind of vegetables. So do you see the future for urban farming? Because this is also kind of big topic. Also, you are supporting probably like a lot of projects when we can introduce the urban farming. In Norway, there is Katrin, I think somewhere on the audience, we've seen the real examples when the local society have the farmer and grow the food. They meet every week and they eat the dinner which was cooked from these vegetables. So what is your opinion about it?
I think it absolutely has a role to play. It's not the answer. It's never going to be the answer in a mega city. You know, again, if I talk about London, you're not going to feed 9 million people on urban farming. But it is really important for people to have a greater connection to the food that they're consuming and understand where it comes from and understand the resources that are needed to produce that food. So yes, it will help in some aspects, and there are certainly in cities spaces that can be converted for urban farming, whether that be vertical farming, whether that be conversion of brownfield sites, whether it be community growing spaces. There's a real opportunity for connecting people with the food that they're eating, but it's I think, more of a tool to encourage broader behavioural change, so broader behaviour shifts. So talking earlier on about kind of in London, we see the transition kind of forming 4 pillars. So you have this kind of behavioural shift activity. That's the first pillar. So you need people to understand where their food comes from and what its climate implications are, what its climate impacts are. And then you need to try and shift people to more climate-friendly, more sustainable and more healthy diets. And we have various behavioural change campaigns in London to do that. I think there's absolutely a critical role for working with SMEs, which is what was discussed earlier. These are the innovators, these are the people looking at the system differently, and I think that's incredibly valuable. And it's really important, actually, as kind of living labs for the bigger corporates to be able to see the innovation that's happening. But what is really, I think, probably more important is public sector procurement. That's going to have one of the biggest impacts. So London itself has got 33 municipalities. That is a huge procurement of food and services, and they have the real ability, by changing their consumption, by changing their procurement policies, to shift the needle and really drive that demand, which is what I think colleagues were talking about here, about getting that demand for product so that it becomes upscaled, and so that it becomes more present in citizens' minds and psyches, that they actually want to engage and they want to purchase these products, whether it be sustainable food or whether it be products made from agricultural byproducts. You need the kind of systemic shift in procurement to upweight it, and then you need to work across the value chain to get corporates to adopt these kind of policies once they can see that it works, once they can see there is citizen demand for it.
Tomasz, could you refer to that?
Yes, I would fully agree with this. I think there are more opportunities, for instance, with making consumers aware that some products are maybe more sustainable. With, for instance, labeling. This is another aspect. Of course, taking care that we don't multiply these labels. Indefinitely. Because also. There is a lot of confusion also, and I think building consumer trust is very important in general. So, and especially looking on more innovative products. Just to give an example that maybe is on a little bit of a side of this discussion on bioeconomy, but some technologies, of course, can create. Public concern. Let's say, for instance, looking at biotechnology, this is something that is being developed right now in the Commission. Perhaps you have heard that there is a new initiative on the biotechnology and biomanufacturing in the European Union now, which is kind of mandated by our president of Commission, but really inspired by the US initiative on biomanufacturing that is looking on the potential of this technology, how to increase value of products and also sustainability in terms of resource efficiency and cascading use of biomass. So there is this discussion, but of course we are aware of what has happened, for instance, with GM debate many years ago. So then this should not be repeated. I think this experience was really painful. And also, it also highlights how important it is to ensure that the society is engaged and informed. So this awareness is important. So again, labels, eco-label, for instance, could be an option to increase the presence of bio-based solutions, for instance, in the eco-label scheme. And also setting the conditions for instance, biomass sustainability. So this is a difficult process. How to ensure that the cascading use of biomass is not only a principle, but also a reality. In the scope of CBE partnership, for instance, there are conditions on how biomass needs to ensure that it contributes, generation of biomass and then processing to, for instance, to biodiversity enhancement. This is, again, easier said than done because there are some agricultural practices, forestry practices that are in place. But at the same time, all these instruments and these programs and the strategies serve to increase sustainability and the environmental impacts, really, which is really a priority. So setting the correct conditions at the beginning, and this is also the role of the strategies and also policies and the regulations finally, is to ensure that there is a direction of travel and this brings the societal benefits finally. So this is, for instance, in the CBE context, again, there are basic frameworks on what we call not to create harm for environment, but on top of this, also to develop practices that can contribute to, for instance, again, biodiversity enhancement. And this can be done even generating industrial products, but at the same time making sure that there is a space for nature and to this reconnection with nature. I think is a very important thing, also for society, of course.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
Okay, I would say not only EU legislation, but also the cooperation of companies with suppliers, in that case with farmers. This is very important. This is to support development and transformation of suppliers, helping them with certification, for example. And I think the maturity of business is visible in the company's approach to working with suppliers. And to this public procurement, this is, I think, you can say this, very important when we talk about this initiative, EU initiative for a sustainable food system, yeah? And green claims, yeah, the initiative when we talk about greenwashing.
You know, actually, it's a good regulation, yes, because we face a lot of greenwashing, which is completely not justified. So, as we're talking about the circular economy, circular bioeconomy, we have to remember to keep the value on the highest level, yes? So, in the next session, we will talk about the food waste, which is also a big problem and a big issue, yes? How much food we are wasted. So, what is your opinion to smoothly move to the next session about tackle the problem, tackle the food waste? How we can maybe create the circular food hub? Are any maybe in London, maybe any, you know, some examples? How we can really start tackle the problem to keep the value on the highest level regarding the food? Who want to start? Maybe Laurent, you can first.
Yeah, I think that the food waste and it's mainly the topic about the byproduct and the co-product that could be how to valorize them, how to have the good principle, the good recipe in order to have all this kind of product to go to the right way. The first step, of course, is to optimize all the process in order to minimize all the waste at all the different steps, including like the production step, or you have to include like the solution right at the level. If you produce a certain kind of biomass, you know that you have a different byproduct and co-product, and so you imagine like a solution to keep them in the benefit cycle. So right at the beginning, in the field. And if you go to the transformation, of course, you have to imagine new solution in order to optimize like the production and the reuse inside the plant. So I think like the main tackle is to close the gap, close the loop at all the different steps. And for example, we have like a new project in France, in south of France, called Tomate, like tomato, for tomato. It's about imagining a new symbiosis at the industrial system, in order that when you transform the tomato, you have also anaerobic digestion in order to capture all the byproduct and the co-product. And if it can be used for animal feeding, they go there. But if they are not suitable, they go directly to anaerobic digestion, and you get the energy, and you close the loop. So I think from our side, from our primary producer, we are tackling this problem at the field level, but also at the transformation level. And we are trying to find solution here to close the loop.
Yeah, I mean, food waste is a huge issue. So let's throw a few more statistics in, which is that a third of the food that comes into London ends up as waste, and 2/3 of that is edible. So 2/3 of the third of edible food, of the food that we're throwing away, should have been consumed. So if we just think about the emissions, the consumption-based emissions, importance of that, it's huge, which is why in London, we back in 2026, back at COP26, we launched London's food footprint report, which was a material flow analysis of all of the food flows into London. And part of the reason for that was for us to understand where there was wastage in the value chain. Because all too often as government, we place our emphasis on right at the end of the pipe, right on dealing with food waste from householders in particular. Now, 64% of that food wastage in London does happen at the householder end, but actually if we begin to work further up the value chain, if we begin to put our emphasis further up the value chain, such as at the farm gate or at supply chains within supermarkets, then we can begin to influence the wider food wastage issue that we face mainly with consumers. So I think it's really important to understand the value chain and to understand where there are opportunities for us to place influence on that, and not just place all our focus on collecting food waste and turning it into renewable energy, because that's the worst thing that we can be doing with food.
Absolutely. Would you like to refer?
No, again, I fully agree with this approach. At the same time, I would say that if there is if there is no chance to reduce, which should be the first objective, to reduce food waste in principle, then still the conversion of it, not to energy, not to biofuels or biogas, that this would be really the last stage of this cascading approach, but at least to look for innovative applications. This is also something quite interesting, and I think we have heard about many examples of this. In again the scope of CBE partnership, this is very much in scope. So there is a big potential of looking on the lost residues and byproducts coming from agriculture, from in this case, yes, food, I mean restaurants and so on. So urban value chains also, and then converting this to something with more value finally. So then this is a clear approach. But again, if we can reduce the losses at the earlier stages, of course, this is much preferred. So the consumers is one area of action, and there are many opportunities also with food sharing in the cities and so on. So there are some maybe niche applications or niche approaches, but if we can reduce it at the first stage of production and generation, also looking on these local value chains and also, I mean, reducing all the emissions in the transport and so on. So this is preferred. So.
Thank you much. Małgosia, the last.
From our point of view, reducing food waste by implementing efficient supply chain management and in the same time consumers, raising awareness of consumers.
So I think we're just about to finish as according to the agenda. So thank you very much. For more question discussion, I invite you for the coffee break. And the next session we will start in 15 minutes and we will talk more deeply in this food waste topic and how to tackle this problem. So thank you very much. Thank you for coming and thank you for sharing your knowledge. session, we will talk about the circular food hub, how to tackle the food waste. So on the beginning, we have few presentation, and after will be lunch with the live cooking with our 3 chefs, one from Swedish embassy, Polish chef, and 2 Swedish chefs which came directly from Sweden. So if I may ask you to a little bit stop your conversation and join us. Yes. Hello, hello. So let's start. Our next speaker will be Ewa Rzeszowska from EIT Food, also our partner of Circular Week in this Circular Bioeconomy Day. EIT Food is very active in the fighting food waste problem with many projects which are developed all over Europe and beyond. So Ewa, please tell us a little bit more what you are doing.
Thank you, Agnieszka. Good morning still. It's a pleasure to be here. Actually, I'm very happy that you are all in this, I hope, for fruitful conversations, because I truly believe, and we heard it also before in the previous presentations, that system thinking approach and collaboration on tackling such serious matters is key. So tackling food waste or transitioning for more circular models requires all actors on board. And it's not some kind of abstract problem. It really concerns us all as policymakers, as producers, farmers, municipalities, industry, but also as consumers or as citizens. But just to remind us the scale, I would like to remind you of a few key data. Did you know that even 8% of people in the European Union cannot afford the proper meal every second day, according to Eurostat? While 1/3 of globally produced food is still waste or lost. Can we afford that? Especially taking into account that we all know that population is growing, and even 70% of it is foreseen to live in urban areas. So definitely finding solution and putting them into life requires cooperation. And today, look around yourself. Do you know anybody, everybody in the room already? Reach out and continue conversations. I think the conferences like this and the whole week, Circular Week in general, are the best places to establish new connections and maybe fruitful collaborations. So it's also what we are doing at EIT Food. We are bringing all actors from different parts of the food value chain together, and we together work on transferring knowledge and accelerating great ideas becoming reality. We bring together over 100 partners coming from different parts of value chain, from industry, from academia. Locally here in Warsaw, for example, Warsaw University, it's our very active partner. Also entrepreneurs and investors and innovators. Later you will have opportunity to hear from Ecobin. Ecobin actually it's our very much successful rising food stars. And together we also engage students and consumers. We all collaborate to address these complex and very demanding challenges through mission-led approach. And here you can see our 3 main identified missions. It's a healthier life through food, a net zero food system, and reducing risk for a fair and resilient food system. And actually, targeting or tackling the food waste and food loss, as well as transitioning to the circular economy, are one of the main targets. Yes. So please let me share with you a few examples of the collaborations and projects, as well as innovative solutions from our EIT food community. Education is key. Of course, if we don't know the problem and we are not aware of it, we cannot solve it. Therefore, together with our partners like University of Turin or University of Reading or University of Helsinki, we created a couple of free online courses. First, that you can see on the presentation, from waste to value, how to tackle food waste, is showing the impact and causes of food waste, and also helping to understand how we can tackle it on the personal, community, or national level. The second one is addressed for the professionals, circular business models for sustainable urban food systems, shows how to design and implement more circular food systems for circular cities. As prevention is key, we aim to educate and also promote good practices through all the food value chain. And actually, one of the parts of it very much established in an urban context, it's HoReCa sector. So this project, Great Day Zero Waste, is very close to my heart. And I developed it together with the Danish Cultural Institute with the support of Nordic Council of Ministers, exactly for the food service sector. With experts from 7 Baltic Sea countries, we created the set of free open source online guidelines and tips for kitchen professionals that they can reduce the food waste in their everyday work. So the 10 general guidelines are followed with tailor-made tips, and for even greater accessibility, they are also available in local languages, which is still very much important in our region. So I'm sure you will hear more about the project itself from Philip Lundin, who was one of the experts, and he will also show some tips in practice today, as Agnieszka mentioned. But I wanted to highlight 2 of the guidelines that put very much emphasis on the collaborativeness. First of all, you need to, of course, concentrate on building educated, trained, aware, and motivated team in your business, in your kitchen. And the team that shares common goal, not only on the great taste, but also on the food waste reduction. But then the next step, it's going beyond your kitchen and looking for the allies. Allies in this food waste battle. It can be like-minded partners. It can be other food service sector outlets. It could be producers, farmers, your municipality. Also, Philip will later share his approach, because I think he has a really good example how to build this kind of circular hub in practice. Yes, this is another project, Gas Wasted, that in practice shows very well that a circular approach is just very much good for the whole local ecosystem, and that the trash or waste for one player can be a raw resource for the other. Get Wasted is an open market platform created by EIT Food together with Growler, where local providers can sell food to local buyers that otherwise would get wasted. What is interesting in terms of also public procurement mentioned before, one of the buyers using this platform are local Flanders schools. As we know, side streams and byproducts can be perfect source of proteins. And even in Poland, we have a company, our partner Napiferen, that produces protein from rapeseed oil production side stream. So there is a great potential in using side streams for sustainable protein production and for the increase of the food security. But how can we turn this potential into reality on the bigger scale? Of course, we need to system thinking approach and coherent policies for the food service, for the food sector and sustainable food system. So we need to engage with policymakers in evidence-based dialogue. To this end, EIT Food established protein diversification think tank that is aiming for acceleration of the protein diversification in Europe. And actually, in 2 days, during our Future of Food conference, the think tank will release a policy recommendation paper on protein diversification. I very much invite you to check it out and provide us with your comments. Finally, EIT Food supports innovators and startups in their growth. Here, just a glimpse, because we have a huge community, but I picked for today a couple of examples of our scale-ups. Earlier mentioned EcoBean, reinventing coffee grounds to the different products, preventing them from becoming waste. Orbisk, the Dutch startup that is providing with the system for food service sector that helps in tracking, measuring, and optimizing the food waste, and also, obviously, in saving a lot of money. And the third, Mimica. Mimica with their temperature-sensitive indicator for the food freshness. What does it mean? It means that you don't have to really look only on the expiry date anymore, because by touch, you can by yourself check when the food starts to spoil. This little label starts to get bumpy. And EIT Food, it's not only financing the startups or innovators, we also finance the programs or projects that help us to achieve our missions and tackle the key challenges. That's why also impact funding framework was set to support collaborative programs and projects by the international consortia. Maybe you have already some project in mind. Then we are inviting you to submit this project. The next open submission window is by the 16th of November, but don't worry if you're not ready. The next one will be in March. To learn more about this impact funding framework, you can follow the QR code or just approach me during the lunch break. And with this being said, I wish us all very effective and inspiring connections, new connections during the whole Circular Week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So while we're talking about the consumers and education of consumer, now it's a time for Simona Grande from University de Torino. Eva mentioned that you also have cooperation with Paola Di Bernardi, and they also have many great products in consumer education. So Simona, are you with us? You are. Hello. Nice to see you.
Yes.
So
Hello,
please,
everyone.
the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. And thank you very, very much for the invitation to speak at the Circular Week 2023. I, of course, send my greetings to all of you in Poland and to the international audience attending online. I'm Simona Grande, and I'm a research fellow at the University of Turin. Within this institution, as you mentioned, I have the privilege to be part of the team led by Paola De Bernardi, and we are engaged in various projects related to the circular economy. So today I'm thrilled to shed light on some of these initiatives, and particularly the ones centered around the world of food. And before we delve into that, I'd like to take a moment to step back and reflect to the key role of education in our transition to a circular economy. So as we know from a very inspiring leader as Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon that we can use to change the world. And it is also very powerful to make it more circular too. So why education? So first of all, it is because transitioning to a circular economy, as we heard, is not just about reusing and recycling. It is about shifting our mindsets and our behaviors. And at its core, the circular economy is a change that begins within our minds, and it is about how we think and how we act. So education is really key to igniting this circular transformation. And circular economy is and must be a lifelong learning journey. What do we mean by that? So first of all, circular education and education cannot be confined to traditional classrooms alone. So it must permeate at every level of our society, and it does not stop within formal institutions. For example, even kindergarten and elementary schools can lay the foundations for responsible consumption and instilling the basics of the circular economy in terms of reducing, reusing, and recycling. High schools, furthermore, can provide opportunities for critical thinking and for having their students ignite their problem-solving skills and channeling the energy of their youth into solutions that can make our world better. And of course, universities such as ours can become hubs for innovation and for research, exploring circular technologies and also what it means to build circular business models. And furthermore, media, think tanks, and city initiatives can also be equally vital to keep our citizens informed. So let's see something related to kindergarten and elementary schools. So some of the projects that could be related to constructing and designing our food ecosystems and food hubs could be recycling and upcycling art projects. So teaching children to reuse and repurpose some materials and even food waste to foster a basic understanding of the circular economy principles through hands-on activities. And then, of course, gardening and composting programs showing students how to reduce waste and create circular ecosystems. And then high schools can design something like circular economy challenges, so competitions or challenges which can be related to the food industry, where students create innovative solutions for their local issues in their cities and in their districts, instilling a sense of taking action and taking responsibility. And then also circular economy science clubs can be very powerful when they focus on circular practices and provide opportunities for students to explore and apply circular economy concepts. And then moving on to universities, universities can establish circular economy research centers to study, advance, and promote the circular economy principles. They can establish circular entrepreneurship programs, so programs which must be interdisciplinary, connecting multiple disciplines and faculties across the university and devoted to help students create and accelerate circular businesses and circular startups. And of course, campus initiatives are very powerful when it comes to seeing the implementation at the campus level and exposing students to real-world adoption of those circular solutions. And as we heard, of course, think tanks, media, and city initiatives are very powerful. So think tanks can establish research, policy development, and collaboration promotion. Media can help with awareness, storytelling, and dissemination of circular economy success stories. And of course, city initiatives can be fundamental in crafting local policies that are aligned with the circular economy principles, putting incentives for their citizens, and offering opportunities for community engagement for circular practices. So let's shift our focus now to the initiatives that we carry on at the University of Torino in Italy, and particularly the ones related to food. So, of course, some of them have been mentioned just before. So, as we heard at UNITO, we are proud partners of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, EIT. And within this network, we particularly collaborate with EIT Food, which is, as we heard, a consortium spanning over all Europe, and having so many partners that we have the opportunity to collaborate with. And since 2018, the University of Turin has been actively involved in over 60 projects funded by EIT Food. And as we can see from this slide, EIT and EIT Food operate on the premise that education forms an integral corner of the so-called knowledge triangle, which also encompasses innovation and business creation. So the synergistic collaboration and the systemic thinking and systemic effort of all of these aspects are essential to maximize impactful and sustainable results. So this is the principle that we follow also in designing our educational principles, making sure that they do have to do with innovation and business creation as much as possible. So let's see some of them. You've seen this just before. So in 2019, we developed a massive open online course, a MOOC, titled Circular Business Models for Sustainable Urban Food Systems, in collaboration with the University of Helsinki and industry partners such as Too Good To Go. And this MOOC so far reached over 120 countries. It is available in English and Spanish, and hopefully soon also in Portuguese. And as we heard, it is really about educating practitioners and policymakers about what it means to design circular business models and what it means to turn our cities into circular hubs and circular ecosystems. And then we had the opportunity to collaborate on the design of this program, Girls Go Circular, which aims to equip 40,000 schoolgirls aged 14 to 19 across Europe with digital and entrepreneurial skills by 2027, focusing on the circular economy. And this initiative for our university has particularly focused on food and food cities. And we are very proud of this project as well, because as you can see, it has involved already many partners. 9 languages are supported, and many students have been happy to be part of this. And Poland is also one of the countries that is part of this initiative. And then we have DG EduHack, which is a global hackathon initiated by the European Commission, which we have been organizing since 2019. And this really explores the intersection of the circular economy and education, and particularly digital education and the future of education. So also, of course, the crucial topic of AI, which we are hearing a lot nowadays. And so this has been also a very interesting opportunity, and hackathons in general, we have seen they're very powerful when it comes to communicating the principles of the circular economy and then immediately turning these principles and ideas into action. And it they become very, very powerful when multiple types of people are involved as participants and mentors. So not only students, but also teachers and people involved at the university level and at the city level as well. And then you can see here a couple more educational endeavors, mostly with EIT food. So we try as much as possible to cover different spectrum of ages, as you heard. So we have the Farm to Fork Summer School, Skills for Future, which aims to equip teachers and high school professors with the skills in systems thinking and entrepreneurship to convey to their students to help them become the new innovators and entrepreneurs in Europe when it comes to the circular transition. And then we have also Food Solutions, which equips university students with the tools to turn their ideas into businesses, and particularly in this case, having local food traditions being leveraged for a circular economy. And then you can see also the Innovator Fellowship, which has been also an interesting an exciting opportunity for us, where PhD students and postdocs can turn their research into real businesses and see them accelerated throughout the program. And then at our own institution, since 2021, we have had a course on circular economy management led by Professor Paola De Bernardi as well. And then when it comes to accelerating businesses as well, we are part of EIT Food also in terms of supporting the Seedbed incubator and being part of it, and also the EIT Food Accelerator Network. And then we talked about the importance of being connected to the business aspect. And of course, we are part of the Department of Management. So that's very, very crucial and very much part of our mission. So for example, we brought today one of our initiatives. So we collaborated with a local brewery in our region, Baladen. And this business was striving to upcycling the waste coming from the beer production and turning it into nutritional and valuable products. And in this case, it's been flour. So we've had many more of these projects, and we are very proud to see these principles applied into real projects that then become also case studies for our students. You have to excuse my voice. I'm like, it's going up and down. So I hope you can still hear me well. And of course, we mentioned about think tanks and also the opportunity to be part of a systemic effort and collaborations with multiple partners. And this is what we've been trying to do as an educational and research institution, being part of initiatives such as the European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform, the Circular Economy Lab, the Circular Economy Forum, and of course, we're very, very proud to be speakers and partners of the Circular Week, such as this year. So to sum up, we really believe that the transition to a circular economy is a collective effort, as we heard, and it is about applying systemic thinking to move our systems forward and for the better. And of course, education is paramount in this collective and collaborative effort. So education ignites change. New mindsets can shape our tomorrow, and together as educators and as learners, we can be the change. So thank you very much for your attention. Sorry again for my voice. And dziękuję.
Dziękuję. Thank you very much, Simona. Thank you for your interesting presentation. So now we move to another one, but maybe someone from the audience would like to comment something, because now we were talking about how to collect bio-waste from households. And I think this is a real problem which we're facing. And Teresa Morsen, Waste and Resources Policy Officer from Zero Waste Europe, will present us in a minute how we can do it effectively. And I see Teresa is with us already. Can you hear us?
I can hear, yeah. Can you hear me?
Great. So I think we can leave the floor to you, Teresa. So tell us, how effectively collect bio-waste from our households?
Yeah, thank you so much for having us as a speaker today. Obviously, part of the circular economy for circular bioeconomy is turning the bio-waste that we have back into fertilizer, and therefore we actually need to collect it effectively from households. This is what my presentation is on. I'm not sure you can see my slides. Okay, I can see them now. Great. So let me run you through how to best collect bio-waste from households. So a quick introduction to Zero Waste Europe. I'm working at Zero Waste Europe as a policy officer, but Zero Waste Europe is much more than a policy and advocacy group in Brussels. We are an NGO. We are a network of communities and local leaders who want to change our relationship that we have with waste. We work on policy in Brussels. This is more top-down, but we also work with local communities, and we mentor cities towards making the change. So this is the bottom-up approach that we're taking. I can't seem to, okay, now I can change the slides. Yeah. So we do all of this in an effort to obviously drive the waste away from what we deem unacceptable. So we abide by the zero waste hierarchy, and the solutions that we deem unacceptable are the ones at the bottom, of course. You probably all know this hierarchy. So anything to do with waste incineration, waste to fuel, or non-stabilized landfills is something that we really try to avoid with our work. So we have gathered a lot of experience on bio-waste management through our Zero Waste Cities program. This program helps to mentor cities towards changing or optimizing their system and implementing zero waste strategies. This is by now over 400 municipalities and 15 countries across Europe. We also certify zero waste cities, and we really try to model and test best practices and promote them across the continent in different municipalities. So a lot of the expertise that I'm presenting today is based on our experience from this program. So first of all, why is it important to separate bio-waste from the other waste streams? I think a lot of you are probably very familiar with this, but the idea is obviously to make sure that we have the highest yield of all the different material recovery rates, and to optimize the system so that we have as little residual waste as possible. There are a lot of environmental benefits of using bio-waste, separating it from other waste, which is first of all that obviously we can save a lot of CO2 emissions. We can turn bio-waste into biogas as a renewable energy source. We can use the compost as fertilizers, and also for cities and municipalities, we can actually reduce the cost of waste management because they would have to manage less residual waste, which saves costs for the municipalities, but also reduces the waste fees for the citizens. So as an overview for cities, they can save costs on the waste management, but there's also the opportunity to create more local jobs in the waste management sector. At the EU level, just to give you a little overview, as I mentioned, I'm based in Brussels, working in the policy team. We have the separate collection of bio-waste coming into force across the EU from next year. And we also have recycling targets for municipal solid waste. And from our experience, it's impossible to achieve recycling targets without proper separation of bio-waste. It's also impossible to receive the EU landfill target. If we look at the, this data is from 2017, but I don't think it looks much different now. We see that there's a huge potential in the lower performing countries to improve their biowaste capture rates. Oops, this was a bit too fast. Okay, so there's huge potential to improve the biowaste capture rate with optimized systems. So let me present to you some of the best examples and the front runners from our work. Okay, so what we realized in our work is that a lot of the time simple solutions are implemented that don't actually generate the best outcome. For instance, we see that a lot of the time municipalities choose to commingle bio-waste and garden waste because obviously it can both biodegrade. However, this incurs higher costs down the line in doing separate collection because bigger trucks are required and so on. So sometimes it's not the best to go for the simple solution, and I'm trying to give you a couple of examples how to improve the system. For instance, we would recommend higher collection rounds for bio-waste in comparison to garden waste because they have different properties, and the collection trucks would be easier to run if they don't need this compaction system. To collect food waste from kitchens, what we experienced and what we've seen in a lot of examples in, for instance, Norway, Italy, Catalonia, is that it works best to offer consumers, offer households small vented kitchen caddies with the appropriate biodegradable liners that are certified to the European standard for compostable bags. We recommend a high frequency of collection of kitchen waste, especially in the summer. We, as I mentioned, think it's best to collect garden waste separately and at lower frequency, which also reduces the costs. Coming to the compostable liners, we saw in different cases that the impurities of the system, so say plastics in the biowaste, for instance, are reduced if compostable liners are handed out to households or are used in the system. The contamination goes down. At the same time, the user friendliness is increased, and this increases the participation of citizens. If the kitchen caddies are vented and the proper liners are used, this can also reduce odors because the air can circulate in the kitchen caddy and evaporate some of the moisture. This also allows for more visual inspection during collection. We hear a lot of the time that it's very difficult to implement door-to-door collection of waste in urban areas. However, there's a really good example that I'm bringing to you today. It's just the city of Milan. It's a very densely populated city. A lot of people live in high-rise buildings. And for a very long time, Milan's collection rate was stuck at about 35%. But Milan did actually come up with a strategy and a massive communications campaign, and they're now at a 5-stream curbside collection system, high level of food waste collection, despite all the commuters that come into the city every day. 100% of the population is covered, and their municipal solid waste separate collection rates are at over 60%, which is really good in comparison to other cities. Also, obviously, all of that collected biowaste then generates biogas in anaerobic digestion, and there's loads of compost available for local farmers. Some of it given away for free, some of it sold. So also source of income. I'm not sure my slides come through well because they're a bit blurry at my screen, but let's continue. So Milan did actually lead on a massive communication campaign, and they also handed out starter kits to their households, including the bins, the compostable bags, and the collection bags for the whole apartment building. This is one of the starter kits that they handed out. So you can see a bigger bin for the house, a smaller bin for the individual apartment kitchen, and the compostable bags. It's very important in door-to-door collection to optimize the system according to the urban typology, the density, the building typology. So the bins need to fit into a small kitchen and community spaces. This is very important, and also to make sure that the collection rates are appropriate to the waste that's generated. Just a little comparison of systems. This is data from Catalonia. On the left, we see a system that uses street containers, and on the right, a system that uses door-to-door collection. And evidence shows that impurities are lowest, while the collection rate is highest in door-to-door collection systems. This slide just shows that residual waste goes down if door-to-door collection is implemented. I'm sure the slides are shared afterwards because they contain a lot of detail. It's best to combine a door-to-door biowaste collection system with a pay-as-you-throw system that would charge a fee on residual waste, because that really incentivizes households to separate their waste correctly. Other financial incentives can be used in the systems, but they are often down to factors at the regional or national level, such as taxes and fees on incineration and landfilling. Awareness raising is key before the system is implemented. So giving out leaflets, making sure that it's in appropriate languages, perhaps even using digital tools, such as the City of Milan. The promotion of community and home composting is something that can be implemented as well with the system. And a kind of key message that we like to send is that simplicity does not equal effectiveness. So sometimes road containers seem to be an easy and cheap collection opportunity, but they actually reduce participation, they increase impurities, and they stimulate littering. This is why we encourage the door-to-door collection. The same as with the collection in bags, which can lead to quite high losses because the bags can break. The participation is usually lower, and there needs to be some special sorting technologies at the screening plant. It's crucial to separate at source, despite obviously new technology playing a role in waste management. However, there's still the consumer or household nudge that's pretty central in effective collection. That would be it, and I'm leaving some references in the slides if they're being shared later. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. As you said, if you allow us, we will distribute your presentation among the audience with us. So thank you for this interesting presentation. So now let's move to the living labs and how we can really establish the living labs which can help us to drive circular economy. We also now try to apply for the project where maybe in the future we can implement such living lab also in Poland, but also in Romania, in Norway. And our next speaker will be Madalina Barniska from IRSEM Institute from Romania. It is also our partner, member of our leadership group of circular bioeconomy, and we together cooperate from some times and try to establish the project when we really can implement such living lab in Europe. So, Madalina, please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon.
Hello, everyone. First of all, it's an honor to be a part of today's event. Thank you very much. I'm a representative of the Institute for Circular Economy and Environment, NSLUPAN. So ECM is an independent, non-governmental organization established as a research think tank. We accelerate the transition to circularity starting from the grassroots with focused actions consisting on the development of practicable and scalable solutions, national campaigns, communicating and engaging to spread the circular message and sustainable development. Today we will be talking about bioeconomy in action, how living labs drive circular economy solution. These are the following topics that I will be covering today. So, bioeconomy, a foreign concept for many Romanian enterprises that is due to the fact that the economic changes have been quite tough in recent years and businesses are more focused on remaining alive as well as startups. Although they are interested within this domain, they sometimes struggle because there isn't sufficient support from national public institutions on that sense, and there also isn't insufficient information on the Romanian market, and that is why ECM has made it its mission to spread the word in this sense. Furthermore, we have difficulty in implementation. This is also a real struggle because the market, unfortunately, at the moment doesn't offer sufficient experts within this domain, and also we are lacking examples of best practices at a national level. On top of that, we have the lack of networking, the financial support and experts. Yes, if we look at the European level, we do have sufficient opportunities, but the problem lies at the national level in the sense that this hasn't been advertised enough, and many times due to the lack of information, people are unaware of where to look or where to search. And this is why we're trying to target all the cities in our country, and not only, and also through various collaborations in order to get as many examples of best practices. So Living Labs, the concept itself is to elaborate to help open innovation in different domains that consider the environment especially. It's just a way to offer a different approach for individuals and enterprises to create a long-term sustainable impact. The main key elements to have a living lab is to have active involvement from the users or individuals or enterprises in a real life setting, and also to make sure that you have a multi-stakeholder implementation, because then you can get as much feedback and creative thinking from all the sides, hence a multi-method approach and co-creation in that sense. Targeted information towards individual and enterprises. This is especially valid for niche businesses because unfortunately with all the information online, we still haven't learned how to make use of that information or how to filter it correctly or how to use the blueprints and add it to our enterprise or business. We also need to work on the credible resources in the sense that the data that we would offer would be the real one with the scientific research, and we would also help enterprises to connect with universities and institutions for those specific ones. Then expertise within various domains that are covered with the term bioeconomy, because we should also in that sense encourage our youth to pursue careers within this domain. As I have said before, unfortunately there aren't enough experts as much as the market would need. And I think it is something that we should preach not only in schools in that sense, and also show them the multitude of the opportunities that they would have. Moving on to the creativity part, this refers to the brainstorming sessions where enterprises and stakeholders can advise each other to get as much feedback as possible in setting them the role as consumers. And furthermore, it helps them find outside-the-box solutions. So procedures and implementation guides for different domains, which will be done with a successful enterprise and also with our internal experts. Moving on. So just as a comment, Living Labs is something that we aim to scale at a national level where we can reach as many enterprises as possible from various domains. Moving on to solutions and implementations. The fact that we said that we are lacking the database, this is something we have already started to work on and offer them to all the participants or the ones that are interested in collaborating with IRCEM to ensure regular networking sessions through regular catching up sessions and pinpoint everyone's journey in that sense, because after the Living Labs it is important to make sure that the participants and stakeholders have continuous access to each other and also have a roadmap of everyone's development in that sense, and even use the blueprints of good practices to further their business ideas. Supportive legislative procedures, which is something that addresses from institutions, enterprises, and individuals. Information regarding current financial opportunities. I have mentioned before that yes, indeed, at the European level there are a lot, but unfortunately many people do not get to that information because at a national level that is not marketed enough. Link with experts, so the Living Lab would be the first physical platform where they will have access to the experts in various domains with whom then they can keep in touch through the virtual platforms. Frameworks for implementations which have been elaborated and contain applicable methodology for a range of business ideas. Conclusions altogether. So in order to grow this on a national scale and to have a real impact on the market, we definitely need more national and political support. We also need to address consumer education. In that sense, there isn't a lot of transparency and information on how certain products or services may impact or harm the environment. So this would be kind of a conscious marketing. Yes, if we do search online, we can find that information, but if we think as a consumer that just goes shopping and tries to fill its basket in order to cook something at home, we wouldn't be able to say that they would have quick access to that information. We also look for partnerships between different NGOs, institutions, and enterprises which have the same goal as us. Targeted marketing, but conscious. So the concept is not about selling the products, but rather to inform the customer of their choices and their repercussions on the long term. It is a choice if we want to contribute or not, although it should be a duty to ensure a safer and cleaner environment. But for now, the consumers do not have the time or tools to make those decisions, and that is why it is up to us to try as much as possible to reach the end consumer with direct facts and transparency. Our goal is to reach over 200 enterprises by 2025 and to create a solid network between them and our experts, where we can promote the intersection between the bioeconomy and the existing enterprises, as well as promoting careers within this domain to close the gap for experts on the market. It's a work in progress, a common effort, but we are certain that we will see many improvements in the coming years, as it has been proved that there is a lot of movement in that direction, especially if we consider the legislative and financial support from the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madalina. Thank you for your presentation. And now it's time for our master chef, Philip Lundin from Sop Cocket, an interesting business concept, restaurant concept from Stockholm, from Sweden. So please.
Thank you, Agnieszka. And yes, it's an honor to be here. Thanks, Agnieszka and Innovo and also Eva at EIT Food for bringing us here. I'm here today from Sopköket in Stockholm together with my head chef colleague Angel and also the head chef of the Swedish Embassy here, Mihao. So we will be also doing a live cooking event after the next presenter after me over there that you're more than welcome to see. I'm the founder of Sopköket. It's a Swedish word game. And the actual meaning is the garbage kitchen, but it's very closely to the soup kitchen. So actually like half of the Swedish population think that we only serve soup. And you know, you read quick, you're hungry. And but it has been working actually really well to be called the garbage kitchen. People understand, they remember the name, and it starts conversations around sustainability, which is very important. How do I slide to next slide? Okay, where? Over here. Ah, okay, no problem. So as many people here today have been talking about, food waste is one of our most important climate issues of today in the world. In Sweden, I used the equivalent of 300,000 elephants just to understand how much food is being thrown just by supermarkets and primary production in Sweden every year. And we throw a lot of food. It's actually 30–40% of all food that we produce in the world, we throw it as food waste. And it stands for 10% of the world's CO2 emissions, food waste. So we need to help each other. Everyone is responsible for this problem, not only the households. The households is one part, but also supermarkets, producers, fisheries. We are all responsible for food waste, and we need to collaborate to reduce it. It's 5 times worse than flying and aviation industry. At Sopköket, we have a holistic, complete grip around the resource waste. We minimize food waste from 2 supermarkets in Stockholm with 1 ton every week, just from 2 supermarkets every week. And apart from this, we also donate meals to, right now, a lot of Ukrainian refugees and also other people in need. We donate 2,000 meals every month. And then half our kitchen crew, we employed them from difficult backgrounds in Stockholm, like they stand outside the labor market. So we employ this group, like half of the kitchen crew, and they get integrated into Swedish society, learning Swedish during employment. And these 3 things are important for us. Today, I want to inspire you how it's possible to run a business like this, because it's already in HoReCa and restaurant industry very difficult to run a business, and most businesses, not only during the corona crisis, before and after also, they die out after maybe 3 years when the investors don't want to invest more money and the restaurant is shut down. And being so sustainable like us, it's even more difficult because what is most expensive in restaurant industry and HoReCa is staff salaries. And doing what we do with all of this, since 2015, we donated over 45,000 meals to people in need, and we also rescued more than 75 tons of food waste, and employing people that doesn't know maybe Swedish also. All this takes a lot of time. So we have more staff hours than a normal restaurant business. And how is this possible? I want to inspire you how it's possible, because we actually, after 8 years, we reached break even as the only current catering business in Sweden to reach break-even, being so circular that we are. We reached break-even 1 year ago. So I want to inspire you today how we did this, and also inspire other industries present here or looking at this live broadcast to do the transition from linear to circular economy yourself, because it is possible, but it's difficult. I started Sopköket 9 years ago, and without any money, I just put a casserole with some Thai soup in a park party in Stockholm. I borrowed the casserole from my dad's place and got some veggies from a local supermarket, and invited a lot of people from the park party. And with those photos that looked really popular, I started a Facebook page, and I got 200 likes. And since then, it has just been like this green wave until today. And the first year, I would say it was really like fake it till you make it. And every third month doing something and posting photos. And people see a lot of things in social media, so they saw this every 3 months and they were like, oh, Sopköket, the garbage kitchen exists. But it didn't exist really. But that started making like people, actually supermarkets then saw this and they reached out to me and also friends wanting to help out. So then after 1 year, it existed for real, in a very small way, but now it has been like this. So it's also very important to, we talk a lot about greenwashing, but now it's a new term also, which is like green hushing, which means that you don't dare to talk about the sustainable work that your company is doing because you're afraid of being called greenwashing. But if you do it in a responsible way, saying like we do this, we still have a lot to do, but we are doing this, then it's not greenwashing, and you shouldn't be afraid of telling what you do, because what happens is other people will then look at you or your company in a new way, and they will reach out to you when they want to collaborate. Because they know that you are in the forefront of the green fight to save the planet. And this is what managed me and Angel to be here today, this not being afraid of green hushing. And this is how food waste can look. As you see, it's like really beautiful things. And the challenge is that many times it's a very short time before it gets old. But at this state here, it tastes the best, because it has been ripening in the supermarkets. But we have a very short time frame. And how we managed to reach break-even 1 year ago, it's actually thanks to the freezer, which I will also show more how to use the freezer in the best way during our live cooking show. So what we do is we rescue 1 ton every week, and then it can, 1 week it can be like 100 kilos of zucchini, and next time it can be mushrooms and asparagus. So it's different from week to week, but thanks to the freezer, we can parboil it, vacuum pack it and freeze it, and we build a food bank in our freezer. And then when we cook meals, we go to the freezer and we take the ingredients many times from there to cook big meals, big quantities of meals. And then we freeze it again and defrost it when we have caterings and other things. So we don't have to cook food every time also. One example was a wedding we had some weeks ago when we had 1 chef for 2 hours in the kitchen doing the whole wedding buffet, thanks to the freezer. So the freezer has both enabled us to rescue more food and stop time. And it has also enabled us to be double as efficient as a normal catering company, thanks to not having to cook food every day. This is when we rescue food from a local supermarket in south of Stockholm. And it's also a good example of the collaborations, thanks to not being afraid of talking about the sustainable work we do. A lot of companies has wanted to help out and sponsor. So this was an electric car that we got to use for free by Renault at that time. So we were one of 6 people in Sweden going around with electric cars at that time. This is some pictures of our catering. You will not eat it today, unfortunately, but follow us and come to Stockholm and try it over there. You will try some tasting from our live cooking. And for sure, I'm sure that the food here today is also as good. You know, now I was like, I need to use the Swedish diplomacy here because I was putting myself in a corner, so yeah. And this is also a picture of when we donate meals, which we do at least once every week. And we collaborate with a lot of help organizations in Stockholm to be able to reach out to people in need in a time-efficient way. This is a church volunteer organization, and it's also in south of Stockholm. The queue, you can see it behind, it's long for like 30 minutes, it doesn't decrease. We have a lot of people that is in need. And if you're asking me like what feels most rewarding for me personally, it's not minimizing food waste. It's donating meals and seeing people getting food that can't afford it, and also seeing the result of employing people from marginalized groups in society. Like we have a very talented mother, a woman from Eritrea working with us since 2-3 years, seeing how her whole family's situation changed by working with us. And this is a very circular example how you can work. I mentioned that we cook meals in big batches and then we freeze it again. And another nice thing with this that I think is more making our business model, not only that we reached break-even 1 year ago, but we are more resilient now for future black swans in society, like the corona crisis definitely was for the catering industry. We launched 1 year ago Sweden's first circular frozen meals that we sell back to the customers in the supermarkets where we rescue food waste from. So you can go to these 2 supermarkets in Stockholm and buy our smoothies, stews, maybe in the future kids' meals as well, frozen. And it's also the same, we only cooked the food once and then we freeze it in big batches for our catering and small batches for the supermarkets. And we also are looking into implementing this as pop-up freezers in office hubs in Stockholm and Sweden as well, just to cook food once but get a lot of different revenue streams and be more time efficient, because we need to free the time of our staff to be able to rescue food, donate food, and create jobs. And yeah, this is a bit like an egoistic photo, but it's also a nice way to show the possibilities if you want to start a sustainable business like this and be in the forefront. It's also a lot of not only possible collaborations, but also possible ways to win applications to get funds instead of reaching out to these traditional investors that often have a really short time span. I know EIT Food here is like one of the very big ones you can search for funds, but also a lot of other ones. And this is one way that we survived for 8 years before we reached break-even. And working in circular economy, probably you already know about the 17 UN goals. You don't have to think so much about working with this. If you work with circular economy, it happens automatically because you take care of the resources at your disposal, human resources, material resources, real estate, transportation, everything. You will be working with a lot of UN goals automatically. And this is a photo to show how we are able to be double as efficient as a normal catering industry. We cook meals at only one time and make it frozen meals, and then we can sell it in a lot of different ways just by going to the freezer. And I will not talk about this now because then I don't have anything to talk about with Angel later, but this is a photo of a fridge and freezer, and soon you will learn more how you can store things there to minimize food waste at home. This is a recipe also, if you want to take a photo of it. It's one good way to take care of your leftovers as a pie. And that's also how we think when we make recipes, that we freeze the base, but then we are able to change some ingredients to be able to use what we also rescue that day. And it's the same for households, so you're able to rescue what you cooked yesterday and make a new dish out of it, combining it with the freezer. If you want to see our operations, this is a QR code, and you also find it on our website. And it's a Taiwanese influencer that made a 9-minute video about when we rescue food, how we cook it, freeze it, and when we donate meals to people in need. And Eva already told with Great Taste Zero Waste, I was really proud to be part of developing this free tool. So once again, if you are in the HoReCa sector, greattastezerowaste.eu, and there is 10 free guidelines tailor-made for a different type of industries in HoReCa to minimize food waste. And then lastly, circular economy, it's you have to collaborate to make it happen. So just an example, we as a small company, we collaborate with 30 different companies in Stockholm to be able to be fully circular. And the key takeaway I would like you to take away from today's session here is that circular economy is very difficult to do quickly, because it's easy and cheap to throw away and just be linear. And it's difficult to be circular because it often takes much longer time. But if you are managing to find a sustainable, innovative logistical model like we managed to do with Sopköket using the freezer, for you guys it might be a completely different solution. But if you're managing to find your solution, you will gain a lot of competitive advantage compared to competitors, and you can grow your business also financially. So it's difficult, but if you manage, it's totally worth it also for your business. Yeah, that's it. Thanks a lot. See you soon.
Thank you very much. So the last presentation before live cooking and our lessons how to freeze stuff. Now we will talk about how to engage stakeholders for the circular urban bioeconomy. And the speech will be by Daniela Chavez from CSCP. It's a German think tank, German think to Duckland. We also cooperate quite closely with them. So they do also a lot of great projects. So Daniela, are you with us? Oh, Daniela and Karina, you are also with me. Karina Dietrich. Hello, Karina.
Exactly. Hello. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. I don't know, Karina seems frozen, but...
Yeah, and Karina is also
we will
the one
talk about this
presenting.
in a second.
Exactly. She's the one presenting first, and she's the one also having the presentation. I think Karina's back, right?
I think you have quite not good connection because we can't hear you and...
Perhaps you are on mute.
So I don't know, Daniela, can you take this presentation?
I see if I can share, but actually the first one is about the project of Karina, but I see if I can. Yeah, you can, but I cannot change the slides. If we can wait 2 more minutes, then would be great. I see if I can reach Karina as well. Wait a second. Let me see what I can do. You can still hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I think Karina is back. At least she's writing to me, so she'll be probably back in a second. Oh, and she's also hearing me, so probably if she, Karina, were you on mute? If you can hear me, then perhaps it's only your microphone that is not open.
Okay, Daniela, I think that maybe you can
Okay.
start your
Yeah,
presentation.
I can start the presentation, of course. So if someone can switch it for me, then would be great. Yeah, so I'll just make a brief introduction about the CSCP. Who are we? What are we doing? And then hopefully Karina can jump in into the presentation still and explain a little bit about the stakeholder engagement in HOPE. Otherwise, I will also try to improvise and tell a little bit about what I know from the HOPE project. Then I'll start with my part about the citizen engagement and the Food Loops project. I was really happy to hear about all the presentations and see great synergies that we could create with each other. And we'll finalize the presentation about our circular bioeconomy journey and how you can join us. You can go through the next slide. Thank you. So the CSCP stands for Collaborating Center on Sustainable Consumption and Production. We were founded in 2005 by United Nations Environment Program and the Wuppertal Institute in Wuppertal. So this is where we are staying. We are a think and do tank, and we provide scientific support to clients from the public and the private sector in the field of sustainable consumption and production. We are around 50 to 60 team members and have different backgrounds and also nationalities as well. I think we're around 16 different nationalities in our team and have an international scope in all the 4 continents. So we have different projects in circular economy, biodiversity, bioeconomy, sustainable business models, and a lot more. So perhaps you can also go. Yes, and the CSCP is divided in 3 different teams. So as we grow, we found the necessity to split each other into teams, even though we're, as the name already says, cross-collaborating with each other. So we have a team that is more focused on business models and policies. So the Sustainable Business and Enterprise team. Then we have the SIPS team, Sustainable Infrastructure Products and Services, and the Sustainable Lifestyles team, which is more focused on behavior change and how to create sustainable lifestyles. Next, please. These are some of the different projects that we already have. Perhaps some of you know some of them. So the Excalibur project, which was a project, the project before the Hoop project, and the Food Loops project that we're going to talk about in a second. The Chorizo project is also one of the current projects where we are working at, as well as C2 Act. And we are also part of the European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform, as a speaker before mentioned, and for example, also part of the Circular Cities Declaration. You can go through the next slide. So let me see if Karina is there, because then I think she would be the best one of saying this. I don't know if she can hear me as well. If she's back. Okay, doesn't look like. So let's continue.
Hello.
Let me see.
Does it
I'm so
work?
sorry about. Yeah, it is working. Hi, Karina.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
But I don't know if. Yes.
Okay, let's try. I am so sorry for this. I don't know why. I've tried everything I can. I don't know why is it not happening. But I really hope it works now. So, if you can hopefully hear me all well, and again, my deep apologies for this. First time I'm using this tool, and somehow my computer doesn't like it. But let's go straight into the WHOOP project and into hopefully making the connections between both the food waste topics that were raised before and that also Daniela will come back to, and also again creating the link to the wider bioeconomy topic and the wider topic of today and what you will also discuss in the afternoon. So, moving to the bioeconomy, I brought a little graphic which may seem very, very obvious to you about how the bioeconomy usually looks like, bringing in the different resources into a city or region, using them in different ways, then creating different forms of waste, which, however, we don't want as waste, but we want to turn into new circular products. Why I brought this graphic is to make you all think maybe for a minute what could be the different stakeholders all along the graphic. We've already heard a lot from the different citizens, consumer perspectives and how crucial and essential they are in getting really good quality waste that can be reused. But also there are all the different other actors. There's the industry, there's the research, there are the retailers, the food markets, there's policy on the local, regional, national level. There are all kind of networking organizations. So there are really all kinds of stakeholders that need to collaborate to bring this circular economy, bioeconomy forward. And I'm sure that's all nothing new to you all, but it's where really we want to look at more in detail now. And also, I'm sure you're familiar with the EU targets on bio-waste recycling, on the bioeconomy. So there's really time to act for all cities and regions in Europe to get there. So what we do in the HOOP project, we work with 8 what we call lighthouse cities and regions across Europe, and you see them listed here. They are all very different in size, in experience, in also focus topics they chose on their bio-waste value chains. So it's a very diverse group, but the project also goes beyond that, and it's also where you are all very warmly invited. It's not only the 8 lighthouse cities where we pilot and implement a lot of activities, but we are really having a growing network of cities and regions and multiple actors engaged in it. Actually, this map is already old. By now, we have over 80 cities and regions in it. You also see, by now I think it's 3 or 4 in Poland. So we also have Warsaw and Krakow, for instance, as our network members and are learning a lot from them. It's a very nice exchange there. So a lot happening. And what actually is happening? I hope this graphic is only blurry on my computer and not on yours. So the project really, beyond the stakeholder engagement, what I will focus on, what we are focusing on now, the project also, of course, has a very, very large aspect on project development assistance. So really helping these 8 lighthouse cities and regions to develop their own bioprocesses, to implement new technologies, to have all the technical support to get there. So a very large part of the project focuses on this, but then a very big part is also on the replication and on how to ensuring that all these learnings, all the experiences, all the tools and templates, all the experience of the partners is really shared across Europe, and we have very different offers for this, for any actors interested. For instance, a circularity label allowing cities to assess their own paths and to find out where they can still improve, where their challenges currently are. We have a lot of knowledge exchange activities. We have a virtual academy and also a hub where now a lot of the exchange is happening. So you're very warmly welcome to join us on this. And now going back to the stakeholder engagement, so the part we really are most excited about at CSCP. So what we do in the HOOP project and what we've also done similar before in the Scalibur project, and which is in general a kind of tool that we are trying to use in many projects. And Daniela will also feature a similar approach in Food Loops, is what in HOOP we call the bio-waste clubs. So this is kind of a framework in which the different stakeholders on local, regional level, sometimes also it goes on the national level, come together to really discuss what are the challenges or the potential solutions, wishes for their city, for their region. And from there, develop a shared vision, decide on shared pilot activities, upscale lessons learned across the country. So it's really the framework within which we bring together the different actors for very different pilot activities based on what is really the issue in each city or region. So yeah, these can be very different activities. As said, it really depends what each city needs. So we just included a few of them, at least on my slide. It's again a bit blurry, but I hope it's visible for you. So what we're, for instance, doing are study tours across cities. So we're bringing really all of the network members, and really, if you want to join us, you're very welcome, bringing network members to the different cities, showcasing their best practices, showcasing how they have developed their bioeconomy journey, creating all the learnings also bilaterally between cities that are in different phases, in similar phases. A lot of exchange across cities, but then a lot of exchange also within the stakeholders within the cities. So, for instance, one activity that's just closing and has been a really interesting journey is we called it a Hoop Trainers app, which was a citizen activity in the different lighthouses, always adapted to each lighthouse and, of course, into the languages of the country, where we really wanted to get citizen feedbacks on why they have challenges in sorting their waste properly, or how they perceive their city as circular or not, if they actually understand what a bio-based product is or how it could be used, why it's relevant for them, why it's relevant for their city. So we really tried to gather both citizen feedback, so it was a citizen science format, also to gather a lot of data, but also we wanted to really motivate and understand what motivates citizens to separate better and to engage in this journey. So it was an online game that citizens played. We had citizens through the bio-waste clubs both involved in the design of it, so to really have the right questions, and then also in the analysis of the results. So it was a really exciting journey of having also the citizens or different NGO representatives involved in our bio-waste club setups, and really with them develop solutions for the local context. Similarly, we have a local champions project or concept within HOOP, where we try to engage with those local actors that are already pioneers, be it social innovations, be it local entrepreneurs, be it a very active NGO group that is running an urban garden initiative.
And Karina, you have 2 more minutes to finish, because we have to finish this part.
Okay, I will be fast. So in short, very many activities to engage the different stakeholders, which hopefully is interesting to learn from. And I will move on, and now it's coming in. Give the word to Daniela.
Yes, thank you very much, Karina. So while HOOP focuses on the entire bioeconomy value chain, Food Loops is going to be only an example where we use the same stakeholder engagement approach, but more for specific target groups. And Food Loops is going to focus on the school food system. And why is that? We said that we heard already about food waste, and the food waste from food services represents the 12% of the total food waste. And that's why also school canteens are considered a major target group for this food waste reduction policies. This is where we saw a great opportunity for improvement for the prevention and optimization of food use, but also while hearing Simona when she talk about the education, and education is key. This was also one of our motivations of why we wanted to target the school food system. And we identified different reasons that led to food waste in schools. And these are, for example, portion size, limited budget in public procurement, and perhaps also lack of motivation of service providers to offer these high quality meals. Karina, if you can jump into the other one, to the next slide. Thank you. So what is Food Loops actually? We want to make school food system circular in the Baltic Sea region. It is a project funded by Interreg Baltic Sea region. And our target groups are school kitchens, canteens, catering companies, municipalities, and farmers association. And our countries, or the countries that we will focus, is Poland, Finland, Lithuania, and also Germany. And we are really interested in learning also from these different actors that we are going to bring together in the multi-stakeholder engagement process, and want to deliver probably some potential pilot actions of reducing food loss and waste. For example, of course, they need to improve waste separation in school, but also how to do that in a simple way. So also really interested to learn more about it from Zero Waste Europe. And for example, also trying to reuse food waste. But we can also go to the next slide, and I can show briefly what we are expecting. So we expect at least 3 different pilot projects on circular school food in Poland, Finland, and Lithuania. The project deliverable is going to be a manual of how to local cooperate for circular biowaste in schools. And we are going to test and experiment this manual in 2 replication workshops, one of them probably in Germany, but one of them probably online, where we're going to try to bring and engage different countries in the Baltic Sea region. So yes, and what we want to say is please join the club so that we can achieve our goals on the circular bioeconomy journey.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So,
thank you.
Thank you, Karina. Thank you, Daniela. So this is the end of this session. And before we finish, I would like to introduce to you Michał Siwek from BNP Paribas Bank, and he will take over the moderation, the master of ceremony after the lunchtime. So I leave you in a good hands, and he will lead you through the last session. And now, please take some food and enjoy the live cooking.
Before we leave, what time are we starting? Because I guess we are 20 minutes. So we have...
10 past 2, maybe, yeah.
I will do whatever you like. So we see each other 10 past 2. Please.
Hello everyone. Now welcome to the live cooking session with Sopköket. I'm the founder Filip from Stockholm, together here with my colleague Angel Valencia, the head chef at Sopköket, and Michał, Michał from Swedish Embassy, the head chef of Swedish Embassy. Yeah. So today we will be showing you how to minimize food waste at home. And what will we be cooking today?
Hi, we're gonna be cooking roasted pumpkin soup infused with tea. And we're gonna use everything from the pumpkin, the skin, everything. We're not gonna throw nothing. And then all the seeds and the inside of the pumpkin, we're gonna save it for future funds. We can store it on the freezer with more peels and scraps that we get from other vegetables. And then we will use it to make a vegetable fond that it can be used as a base for many other dishes. And the pumpkin soup is gonna be garnished with roasted pumpkin seeds, and we're gonna make potato chips using the skin of the potatoes. Instead of throwing them, it's a good way of recycling. We're gonna use it like that. And then we're gonna make a petit pois, like a green pea soup, cold green pea soup, that is gonna be like a gazpacho.
Yeah, and we'll see, maybe we made something more like kanelbular cake, where we have in the behind us, so we'll see. So we start now produce the pumpkin soup and green pea soup. We show you how to make it very easy, and that's all, I think so. I give it a...
Yes. And you don't have to peel the pumpkin, right? You can use the peels when roasting the pumpkin. Is that correct, Miao?
Yeah, it's correct. We use the whole pumpkin because here is the Hokkaido pumpkin. So we use also the skin together with and mix it together with the skin. When we have the butter pumpkin, so it's the without skin. We must be baked without skin, so we save in the freezer. But we don't throw away this because we save this for the foam or the base for the cooked. So you must see how to make it. Now we cut this pumpkin and we put this in the oven for the 200 degrees for 25 or 20 minutes. Must be a little bit baked and a little bit brown. And after we use this, the mixer, some cream, butter, and also some chips for the potatoes, yes, when I say.
And some peels are not possible to use in the cooking so much. That can be, for example, onion peels and other kind of peels. So at Sopköket, the garbage kitchen in Stockholm, we use the freezer a lot to reduce food waste and save time. And you can do the same thing at home. So how can we use the freezer better at home and freezing more things and minimize food waste? So here we already prepped a freezer from Electrolux. One moment.
Yes. I want to show you about something new style. We use this infuse for the tea on the top. So it's the berries flavor from tea. So together with the pumpkin. So it's you must check after how is the taste.
Yeah, definitely. I also want to check every time because it's a really nice taste. And Angel, how do you know how much tea to put on the pumpkin so it doesn't become too much or too little?
I will say you use the tea the same way that you will use any other kind of herbs, like thymian or rosemary. The same way that you will use it to infuse flavor, you use tea.
And you can use any kind of tea, right? Yes, but organic.
It can be used to any type of vegetables. You can infuse any vegetable with tea, the same way that you will use any type of herb.
So both pumpkin can be used, also sweet potato can be used, and any kind of root vegetable to get this perfumic aroma. Here we have a freezer, like in any home. And if the camera can see it also, and you guys, you can come later or right now. We have a lot of things in the freezer. And one thing we can do is we have like a garbage bin, but in the freezer. Instead of in your garbage, you have this extended garbage bin for shrimp shells and any kind of seafood or meat leftovers, bones, different kind of garbage bins like this. And also for vegetables peels, different kind of peels. So when you have peels like now, we just put it in the freezer. So we can, when we have time and we want to do a vegetable stock or anything else, we can do it. But we don't have to do it directly because the freezer saves us time. So have an extra bin in the freezer for your peels of vegetables, shrimps, and meat leftovers. And you don't have to throw as much bio waste than you use it when you have time to make a stock. Angel, will we make a stock today?
We have made already, because to make a stock it takes quite a lot of time, like a couple of hours at least. So Michael has made it yesterday at home, and we have it ready already.
Such a professional crew we have here. It's almost like a TV cooking show. Awesome. We continue here in the freezer to the next shelf. And here, as you see, we have some roasted root veggies. This is the only root veggie that is not so good to freeze for normal cooking, like omelettes or things like this. It's potato, but it's still good to use in soups. So because the freezer breaks down the cells of the potato too much, so it's not so nice to eat only like this, but you can mix it in soups and it works really well. Do you want this as well? Yes. Yeah. Yes. So there, Michał took the frozen pumpkins, the potatoes, and some peels for one of the soups that we're gonna make today. So nice not to have to cook. We have the freezer, so it's awesome. Another thing you can freeze, maybe you know, it's bread. So you don't have to go to the supermarket and buy this low quality bread that's not good for your body. You can go to a bakery and buy a bit more expensive sourdough bread, shop it, freeze it, and it's almost the same cost because you don't have to throw away the bread, just take it out to roast it. When you use the freezer, it's important also to pack things tight like this. Michał packed this for us yesterday in his fancy vacuum machine in the Swedish embassy. That's maybe not nothing that most households have, but you don't have to have a vacuum machine to pack things like this. Just use your normal freezer bags and put what you need to freeze in a freezer bag, and then put the bag in water. And then the water will push out the air, and it's like a vacuum machine for free. And why is it important to pack it tight? That's because you don't want your food in the freezer to get in contact with air, because air will destroy your food in the freezer. It will make the food dry, and the water in the food will go out in the freezer, and air will go inside the food. So maybe you saw with chicken in the freezer, if it wasn't tight, the chicken became a bit white, or also bread becoming more white, or sausages. It's not dangerous, but it will taste bad. So pack your things tight in the freezer bags, and it will taste good for longer in the freezer. What's happening now, Michał?
Yeah, now we have the potatoes peels. I frozen yesterday this when we made it when we baked potatoes. So I saved the peels. I don't throw away.
Thank you for that.
Yep, and thank you for the instruction.
You knew it already.
So now I have the peels, and I put this frozen peels for the very hot oil, and we made the chips for the peels potatoes, and you use for the soup, for the pumpkin soup. So
the oil is hotter than you, or same? More. Okay. Okay. And Angel, what's happening here?
I'm also getting a little bit more of potato peels and cutting a little bit more potatoes to put them in the oven to roast them for the pumpkin soup. So it's a way of seeing how we recycle the potato peels. And you can use them at the moment when you are cooking, or you can save them and put them in the freezer and then use them some of the time.
If you buy organic vegetables, the peels are the most nutritious part. So just if you buy the organic ones, you can use everything of the vegetable. And all of you today, you will be also tasting these two soups also. So soon you have something to taste. Yes.
We put now the frozen, also baked frozen pumpkin and baked frozen potatoes. We use together with the fresh pumpkin. We mix it together. So.
And it can go directly from the freezer to the oven. You don't have to defrost it, or what would you say?
No, it's directly from oven. I don't defrost it. I put only tray and put directly frozen one for the oven.
Very easy. Yes. Good. And do you want to see how the fridge can look more organized? Yeah? Okay. So here is a fridge. And there is a lot of things to be said about the fridge like this. The temperature is very different in different places in the fridge. And you can use it to store different things, so it lasts longer. Before I tell you about this, I can also say that don't believe so much in the best before date that is on the package, because it's most of the times very short, and many things last much longer. Like these eggs here, they can last 2 or 3 months more than the best before date. And how can you see if the egg is old? Just put it in water, and if it goes to the surface, it's old. Otherwise, if it goes to the bottom, it's still perfectly fine. We have here in the back of the fridge milk and dairy products. Those are the most sensitive things we have in the fridge. So they need to be further back, like when you open and close the door, like I am doing right now. It's good to have the dairy products further back because it's colder. and they will last longer. You can also see that there is some space between the dairy packages, and that's so that the cold air can circulate between the food. And here, if you see, I wrote leftovers. And it's a nice way to just keep things more organized so that you know what to eat next day, and it doesn't become behind something else and you have to throw it next week or something like that. And that's also nice if you see these leftovers, for example. Let's say we had a party yesterday and there was some roasted veggies left. Can take them the next day, and maybe you take from the freezer some stew and you mix it and you get a new dish. Here you also see some root veggies. And for example, when you buy root veggies in the supermarket, it's like carrots here and celeriac root. We can put them in these brown bags and in the lower part of the fridge, and it will be the same thing as storing it in like we used to do before, like in the cold cellars. And this is the best way to store root veggies because it becomes dark and dry.
Give me the cream, yeah. From the fridge. Yep. We need the cream now for the green pea soup. No, cream. Cream, it's the smetana, do you see? The cartoon. This one? No, another, the cartoon, do you have? There's the yogurt. 1 second, I check you. This cream, yes, okay, excellent. All right, so we have the cream. I give it the microphone.
Yes. Should I jump to the kitchen? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. No, I'm joking.
I need to. You can.
So this is how the roasted potato peels looks now.
We sprinkled the salt and pepper, a little bit sugar for the soup, for the foam, like a soup, the green pea soup. And now they start to mix it. And after we have another thing. Oh, be careful. Hot. So now it's a little bit noisy because we start to mix it. So, okay.
And what is this machine that you're using?
It's a Thermomix, like a mixer for everyone, for anything, for the mixer, the soup, the shakes, for vegetables, for anything. It's very good to have the good, consistency and very quick. So it's a very nice, equipment. Also, we have what we have here.
And Angel, what are you doing right now?
I'm roasting some pumpkin seeds that we're going to use it as a garnish for the pumpkin soup.
Two other things important to mention about when you freeze food. It's important to have these tools at home. You don't need much to be a professional freezer hero at home, but it's good to have a tape and a pen so that you can mark how old things are when they go into the freezer. You write the date, today's date when you freeze things, so you know when you started freezing it. And different food lasts different long time in the freezer. Fat food like salmon, entrecote, and other animal products that has a lot of fat, they last only 6 months in the freezer. And this is because the enzyme in fat, it's not possible to stop it from continuing the aging process in the freezer. So 6 months for salmon and entrecote and other fatty animal products, and everything else like vegetables, less fatty animal products like cod and wild game, it lasts 1 year or longer in the freezer. If you have packed it, like I mentioned before, without any air, in this plastic bags in water, and if your freezer also is at least minus 18 degrees Celsius. And we can have a look here in the freezer as well. You can actually freeze as well fruits of different kinds. This banana, sliced banana, we also marinated it with lemon for 10 minutes, and then it will last like a normal banana without getting brown, very long in the freezer. Freeze the oranges, and we also freeze the melon here. So you can freeze any kind of fruit and use it for smoothies at home. Here is also like extended garbage bins, like the ones I told you before, like the vegetable peels and shrimp peels. You can also have garbage bins for like salmon, ham cuts that are left from your breakfast in the fridge before it gets old. If you're going abroad or if it's like the last one in a package, put it in this garbage bin, and you can use it together with like the last parts of cheese to make a carbonara or a pie or pizza or something. So once again, one thing to use your freezer more to minimize food waste, have different garbage bins in your freezer. So, Miao, what are we gonna taste now to start with?
Probably we taste first the pumpkin soup, because now we're waiting for only for the chips, for potato chips. When is the pumpkin is baked, so we mix it also with the machine and start to serve and try it. How is that taste? We done with nothing to throw away, only the bowls. So try it and say how is the taste and what do you think about this?
Yes. How many wants to taste? Raise a hand. 2 people, okay, okay. 2 more than 0. No, nothing, nothing, no. So going back to the fridge, you can do more things to minimize food waste in the fridge. Actually, maybe some of you have lemons and oranges at home, and after some time, maybe a week, there comes these flies and it becomes old. You should store them in the fridge. Then it lasts much longer, and when you take it out from the fridge, just after maybe 30 minutes, it will be nice again and not so hard. The same thing is with tomatoes. They can also be stored in the fridge instead of in room temperature. They will not be so nice when you take them out from the fridge, but if you wait 1 hour, something like this, it will become nice again and it lasts much longer. Also, you see a salad like this. If it has the roots, you can actually leave it a little bit in water, and it will be alive longer in the fridge, and you will have a live salad all the time. Yes. So Angel, how long have you been working with minimizing food waste in the kitchen?
Basically, since I studied cooking in 2004, that was one of the principles that they teach us, to try to be sustainable and try to reduce the waste in the kitchen. So always try to find new ways how to recycle or how we can incorporate things that normally they're going to end up in the trash bin, how we can incorporate it in everyday dishes at home and at the same time at the restaurant. Now we're going to make a thymian oil to garnish the green pea soup.
How do you make a thymian oil?
Basically, you just blend thymian with olive oil. Normally, it's better if you do it for a short period of time, because the friction from the blades, it makes the oil get warm and the green oxidize, so it become like darker. So we want to have like a really punchy green, light green color on it. So it's good if you have the possibility to add an ice cube when you make the oil. That makes the oil become like more green, and then you just sear it until you have it done.
What is happening here, Michał?
Yeah, now I put for the pot the liquid from boiled vegetables. After when the pumpkin is done, so we put these vegetables and liquid together, and we mix it in the machine. And after we try to serve with the chips and thyme oil or rosemary oil. So it's soon. It's soon.
Good, good. We're getting hungry. We can smell the food here. One more thing we can mention from the freezer. So we talked about having these at home for using the freezer more, together with freezer bags. We also have, this is the fourth thing that is also useful to have for freezing. And with these ice cube trays, we can freeze a lot of things. So here we have frozen white wine, and we also froze some lemon juice from old lemons. And here we froze some coffee. And we can use it to make iced coffee together with some milk or oat milk. Would you like some cubes of the white wine or lemon for the soup? Yeah? Yes. Yeah.
Give me the cubes. Yes. The empty one. There is one empty inside.
What did you want?
The cubes. There is one thing for the cubes. It's empty. The empty one. It's not there?
No.
So now, after we made the oil, we get a little bit of the green puree from the timian. This is also good to save it. You can put it in the ice cubes, you can freeze it, and then every time you want to cook or do something, you can just take one cube from here and add it into the soup, any stew, and you get all the herbs. So this is another way of recycling. This that we will finish in the trash is another way to recycling and use it for another dish afterwards.
Maybe for roasted veggies or anything like this. So everyone, here all these different herbs. Probably you have, it has happened to you at home, at least it happened to me many times. You use a little bit and then the rest becomes old. So as Angel mentioned, you can mix it for a short time on high speed together with one ice cube. And you use it to make a herb oil with the olive oil or the oil that you want. And you use it for your dish, and you can also freeze it in cubes for later. So, Michał, how many cubes do you want?
3 cubes, yes. Give me 3 cubes, please. For
Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Yes. And this was lemon, or? Yeah, this is the lemon. Yes. And do you want the white wine also? Yes. Okay. And what are we making inside here, Michał?
you mean about these cubes? I made it here the pumpkin soup.
Okay, yes.
The pumpkin soup. So we use the lemon juice, frozen lemon juice cubes, and also the frozen white wine, because yes, 4. Oh, so we are done now these cubes, and we use the pumpkin and mix it together, and water for boiled vegetables. So we are done.
And again, what I told about no contact with air, like Michał did yesterday when he froze this leftover white wine, put a little bit of a plastic cover on it to not get it contact with the air. So now Michał is doing the pumpkin soup, and we are having vegetable broth, leftovers from the cooked veggies, together with the white wine and lemon from the freezer in this Thermomix. The pumpkin is done, and we roasted it for around 20 minutes on 200 degrees Celsius. That's a good thing for when roasting veggies at home. Basically, most root veggies, 200 degrees Celsius for 20 minutes, and it will be good. What is your favorite soup, Michał?
My favorite is vegetable soup. Yeah, really. When it's the springtime, I use the very young the vegetables, And it's my favorite, childhood soup when I all the time love it, anywhere and everywhere.
And how did you end up as a head chef at the Swedish Embassy?
How long?
How you became the head chef in Swedish Embassy?
I look at the job before, so we have of course we have the competition for the chef, and I won, and now I 12 years working in the Swedish Embassy. Probably is okay now still. So I hope we try to give all the guests in the embassies the good food. We try to use also the zero waste style when we have the banquet, when we have the reception or something, dinners also. So we try to in progress.
And how do you use zero waste methods in big events in the embassy? Like maybe one or two advice?
We try to make often, made the nice zero waste style, like potato chips we use many times. Also the color we use when we have, for example, the not too nice salads. So we made with also the rucola. We made some nice pesto with rucola. So we don't try to throw away any food for embassies. It's important for us because many years ago we have the same friend, the Paul Svensson. He is the guru from zero waste, and he showed us how to make it and use, like you, how to make it and use. So now I have two guru, you and this Paul. So we try to another time to make something similar like you. For example, these things like you use the tea for pumpkin, so it's very nice. I'm a little bit very interested about this taste. The smell is so nice, so we see how is the finish when we made.
Yes. Let's see how much is finished after everyone tried. Hopefully, no leftovers. Let's see. And Angel, which soup are you serving right now?
I'm plating the green pea soup. We're gonna finish it with thymian oil and some green kale chips. And then we're gonna continue with the pumpkin soup.
Awesome. Smells great. And if you are looking at this live broadcast or here in the audience, like Michał was talking about zero waste methods in big catering events at the Swedish Embassy or anywhere else, there is so easy that we end up throwing food. So having this thinking about using the freezer, it's important. But what happens afterwards in events? Often on buffet trays, there is a lot of leftovers and it has to be thrown away. So there is many things that you can think about. Actually, there is a lot of free advice that you can go to greattastezerowwaste.eu, which is EU-founded free tools that some experts in food waste were developing, and we were a part of developing this, which was a really fun project. It launched 1 year ago around, and you can go to greattastezerowwaste.eu and you will find this free advice. Some things to mention from that is in buffets, often people take too much food and they have to throw away. So when you make a buffet, you can use small spoons instead of big ones to make people not take so much food. And then after the event, like we at Sopköket in Stockholm, we collaborate with 8 help organizations in Stockholm to be able to donate meals to people in need, like Ukrainian refugees and other people in need. And after events where there is a lot of people, although mostly it's a lot of leftovers, so then it's a good advice to have at least one person from the crew in the event, so that we can control how much food is put out in the buffet and maybe keep some backstage, so that it's not contaminated or outside without cold or warm for a long time. And then if we have one person from our team in this catering event that controlled this food, we can then donate it to people in need. And it's not so difficult when you have partners to donate food to. First, you need to find the right organizations to donate, and then when you get the catering order, maybe you plan 1 week before and you tell this organization that tomorrow maybe we have food, are you ready? And if you do this, it will go really well to donate to people in need. And now Angel here is plating the green pea soup with herb oil and some roasted green kale. And how did you fry the green kale? Is it difficult or easy, Angel?
It's easy. It takes like just like few seconds. I will say like if you keep the oil between 180 to 100 degrees, you just throw them in 10 seconds out. Another good way of doing it and like using way less oil, it's to roast them in the oven. So you basically just toast it with a little bit of olive oil, the same way that you will toast a salad. Put it on a oven tray and just probably bake it 150, 160 degrees for around 15 to 20 minutes. I guess that it should be enough.
Yes. And then you can eat it at Netflix or any other stream instead of chips, right?
Yeah, it's a really healthy snack to have.
Perfect. Which flowers do you use, Michał?
Now we have the color from the yellow because we don't have the blue, so we have the Swedish, flag, but atmosphere. But we use the last, flakes for the flower because now is the autumn start. So we try to give us a little bit the summer or spring. Nice soup, like cold soup with the green peas, the kale chips, thyme oil, and little bit of touch of heart for us. So that's all.
That's the best. Yeah. Do you serve this sometimes in the embassy?
So, yeah, of course. We try to make it something different way. Sometimes we have Swedish style or international style, but the Swedish touch, all the menu. So we try it. That's really nice. It's something new for me also. I learned something, new inspiration. So next time we made something in the embassy, I hope.
Definitely. And you were mentioning also we have a common guru of sustainable cooking in Sweden called Paul Svensson. And as I understood, you together with other chefs of Swedish embassies were meeting in Stockholm to learn from Paul Svensson how to cook with less food leftovers. Anything that you learned from him that you think is worth mentioning?
When we met Paul Svensson, we try to thinking about how to use, the zero waste and the normal menu, because before we don't thinking like that. So they have nice, ideas, this good, nice inspiration for the food. So I hope when we met this Paul Svensson, we try to make nice food with zero waste style.
Okay.
And I think Paul Svensson started with this, and it's also a really interesting thing to do. We have this in the freezer, the ice cubes of the leftover coffee, but you can actually also use the leftover grinds from coffee in cooking. It's good to use for as a fertilizer for plants, but also for cooking. You can mix it together with a dry rub for marinating meat or root veggies before going into the oven. A bit similar way like we did today with tea. And instead of this perfumic aroma, it will get a really deep and rich different addition to your cooking at home. So you can actually use the grinds for cooking as well.
Please enjoy. We try to make it for you for taste it. First soup is the green pea soup. It's the cold soup. I hope, but it's not enough. We made another soup. Don't worry. Nobody is hungry. So. Proszę.
We're going to start to play it now.
Enjoy.
Yes. So, Carolina, can you tell how did the soup taste?
It tastes very nice. It was amazing and very tasty.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. So, compliments to the chefs. Yes, you can try this. And this is the new soup. It's coming soon. Yeah. I can. 1 second. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Angel, look in the camera. Awesome. And Michał, can you tell what do you think is the similarities and difference between Swedish and Polish food?
Food. It's Swedish food. It's more like sweet and sour style, typical from when you try to make, for example, herring. We have more salty style in Poland, and Sweden they use more sweet. Sugar and how to say English Attica, vinegar, yeah. So and what else in Sweden you use the vinegar 12% or 24%, yes, when I remember. Yes. And Poland we have only 6 or 10, so it's a little bit different when you use, for example, marinade for herring. When you use the vinegar from Sweden, it's a little bit more stronger, and you taste it's more taste, of course. So it's the difference. But we have similar food, like we have duck. We have in south of the Sweden, you use the duck. You have also the holiday duck. Yes, when I remember, we have also in Poland So we have the really similar taste and food. You have more like very popular the meatballs, the different meatballs. But in Poland we have bigger meatballs like mielone, but it's a little bit different. What else? And what is very good in Sweden and Nordic is the shrimps. The rakkor something, and also the crayfish. We have in Polish in crayfish, but we don't celebrate like in Sweden. It's very nice, celebrate day and also the taste. There's also different taste because we made more salty crayfish and the marinade and when we cooked. We use only the little bit salt, sugar, and many dill. And you used, for example, many sugar, salt, and beer. Okay. So it's the different, but we are sometimes similar. We try to find, similar tastes together with the Poland and Sweden.
Thank you, Michał. Interesting. And actually, I speak for, I'm sure, both me and my colleague Angel from Spain. I'm from Stockholm, and we're from Sopköket in Stockholm, the garbage kitchen. And when we are here in Warsaw and Poland, we are amazed with the high quality of food in restaurants and the culture. So if it's anyone listening and looking from online from other countries, come to Poland. It's really good food here. It's really nice to see. First soup we served, it was no queue and people were a bit afraid to take the first, but now we have people fighting for the next soup. So this is nice. And it's also important to mention, if you want to minimize food waste professionally or at home, it's first and foremost, it's important that the food tastes good. If it doesn't taste good, even if you're using peels from the freezer or things like this, if the taste is not good, no one will eat it. So that's most important. And then all the sustainability is next. So now is our second soup on leftover pumpkin and roasted with tea and other frozen root veggies, also the potato. We mixed it in the soup. And it's a very autumny pumpkin soup, close to Halloween now. And it's topped with some roasted potato peels, roasted pumpkin seeds, and then it's a spice mix on top. Can you tell what you put on top there, the spice mix, Angel?
It's a part of, we have opened a couple of bags of tea, and we're using it as a kind of salt on top.
Great.
It's very good flavor when you use this teas for a soup. It's amazing, very good taste.
It's first time you do it?
It's the first time for me, so next time is you see.
Very good, very good. Come, you can be here. Come, yeah. So Tomasz from the European Commission here and Eva from EIT Food, two of the participants here. Can you tell a little bit what has happened today here into the camera?
We had a great pleasure to meet a lot of inspiring speakers and, of course, to try this wonderful food that you have prepared for us. I suppose that it will be available later online if someone would like to check out the previous parts.
Great. And Tomasz, how did the soup taste and what do you do at the European Commission?
Yes, so it was really a pleasure for me to be here. Well, I introduced the bioeconomy concept that the European Commission research department supports and development in all the countries of European Union, in Poland, in other countries. And indeed, it is great to be able to try such a amazing creativity and the use of circularity in practice, in fact. So, and just to say that this social aspect of your project is really fantastic. I think this is something that's, I mean, we are very much interested to learn more about the social innovation, how we call it. So really how to benefit from the local resources, efficiency, all of this is very important, but also involving everyone in this endeavor, and this is, I mean, part of a green transition, in fact. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Tomasz. Thank you, Eva. Yeah. So, everyone, it has been a pleasure to be here today together with all of you. Once again, I'm Philip Lundin from Sopköket in Stockholm, together with Angel Valencia from the head chef at Sopköket, and also Michał from the Swedish embassy here in Warsaw. And when you are when you're cooking at home, use the freezer more, and it's a fantastic tool to minimize food waste at home. And thanks a lot from all of us. We did these two soups. And something you want to add, Michał?
Sorry?
Is there something you want to add?
No, I say only thank you for the visiting for you, and it's a pleasure to make it for you something new, for the recipes for the Angel and Philip. So I hope we try to use this in my job. Very interesting, very inspiration, good, nice flavor. So what else? I hope I give you the microphone. Maybe you have some.
I just want to thank everybody for giving us the opportunity to be here and to being able to share our knowledge. And we really hope that we are able to inspire more people to jump into the train of sustainability. And yeah, thank you.
And thank you to Agnieszka at Innovo for making this happen with the Circular Week 2023 and Bioeconomy Day. Thanks a lot.
We are set. It's like 1 hour and a couple of minutes. We have 4 presentations and 2 power speeches. And Paul, shall we? Where is Paul? You're here. So, shall I invite you to the scene, please? We are starting from Paul Davidson. He's director at the Smart Sustainable Plastic Packaging Program, United Kingdom Research and Innovation. Short introduction of your expertise and experience. So he has over 20 years of experience in the fields of plastics, most recently with SABIC, that's the pronunciation of this Arabian company, where he was responsible for the European market development for flexible packaging resins, and was active in the driving forward both mechanical and chemical recycling solutions for plastic packaging. Prior to joining SABIC, Paul spent 11 years in Waste and Resources Action Program, running a number of major plastic recycling programs. Paul, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, and I was going to say thank you for the kitchen. The soup was lovely. That was really good. I enjoyed that. So I'm Paul Davidson. I want to talk this afternoon around this, which is a problem that keeps rattling around in my mind here. So I'm looking for help more than anything. And is how do we scale bioplastics? I see lots of different resins and startup companies get to a certain size, but then we get stuck. And I want to try and just talk about why I think some of those issues might happen and what we might do about that, and really look for some help as well. Okay, so the first thing is the Smart Sustainable Plastic Packaging Challenge Fund, which I have the pleasure of running. It's a government initiative, and it's £60 million of state money, which has to attract £149 million of co-investment. And as a program, I'd like to think we're bold, we're ambitious, we're risk-taking, and we adopt the very standard, if you will, resource agenda or strategy of that: reduce, reuse, and recycle. So that's kind of where we come from. This is our portfolio. This is roughly where we've put our funds so far. So you can see lots on recycling, both mechanical and chemical, some and increasing amounts on refilling and reusing, and a smaller amount, but still quite a significant amount on preventing and reducing. This organic piece is where we we struggle, no doubt about it. So why bioplastics? I always try and figure out, because people come to us and say, we've got the solution. And we say, well, let's first understand what problems we're trying to solve first. With plastics, they tend to be twofold, 2 types of problems here. So one is the circular economy, which is obviously what we're talking about this week. And then secondly is the whole net zero. Most plastics are made of fossil carbon, so it's a real kind of net zero issue as well. And this is my guess where the different solutions sit on those 2 axes. So you can see avoiding waste leakage is obviously a really, really important part for the circular economy. It doesn't do too much on net zero. Reducing, reusing, and refilling can be great solutions for both of those. Recycling fits somewhere in the middle, right? So it's helpful on both. Big open questions around what biofeedstocks do, what they offer us. And also compostables, how they work. So I'll try and separate out between different between bio-derived and compostable materials. But what if we actually have systems in place that allow us to compost compostable materials, which we don't currently have? And then, but what if we recycled those materials rather than composting them? So they look like a class of materials that could be interesting. And actually, I quite often say that, particularly about compostable materials, that they compost is their least interesting characteristic. In fact, it's a problem. But what they do offer is the ability to defossilize polymer production. And that's really interesting as we try and decarbonize our economy. So that's kind of what's driving the interest. But we do know we've got some significant system change to make here. Couple of programs we have on this, so it's not just my challenge fund that's working in this area. So across Innovate UK and UKRI, we have a lot of support going on for the bioeconomy and bioplastics, etc., etc. And there's a few here which I'm going to skip over. We also fund the Compostable Coalition, which is trying to understand, and it's a collaboration of industry and academia on how compostables and biopolymers can be integrated into our existing systems in the UK and elsewhere. So we can skip through that as well. However, and this is kind of where we're trying to sort of think our way through here about sort of the next steps, how we grow this to become a mainstream commodity material to rival fossil polymers. And these are all sorts of stepping stones and sort of which are more blockers and stones in a minute, that we see and that we're trying to sort of tease out. So firstly, feedstocks. No doubt in the UK, and I suspect elsewhere, we're seeing an increasing focus on food security and resilience, making non-food crops really not favoured by certainly UK policy and elsewhere. We have increasing concerns over soil health, and I'd also say biodiversity. So do we want to have more land given over to agriculture? Do we want to make our agriculture have to work harder to backfill from what would have been fossil materials? This is a bit in the weeds, but the classification of agricultural waste, a lot of it isn't, it looks like waste, but it isn't classified as waste. It's classified as a co-product. And that then gives us kind of issues in terms of, are we using waste or are we using a primary material? And this is more of a practical one, and I'm a kind of technology engineer from background. And when I look at agricultural products, they look lovely in the field, but when you actually look at them, they've got really like low bulk densities, which means that their collection, their transport, and their storage is all pretty inefficient for if you're looking for a single substance from that material. So scaling and adoption, this is kind of where I really see some significant issues. For any new material, you need to establish at scale 2 separate independent supplies. And the reason I say is 2, because no one will commit tooling or product to one material from one supplier. Economically and commercially, it's too big a risk. And I've seen a number of material introductions fail simply because of that. Typically for standard polymer production, a small plant, you can think around as 250,000 tonnes a year. So we're talking about you need to build 2 plants, each of 250,000 tonnes a year. Bioreactions tend to be dilute, so 10% is kind of, they start becoming inhibited after you go higher than 10%. They tend to be relative to fossil chemistry, they tend to be quite slow in their reactions. So from that, you can start seeing we're going to need to purify and we're going to need to pump, heat, store and monitor a lot of water. So, I mean, that's 5 million tonnes of water just as a kind of a sort of a calculation, or calculation as an estimate. And that's quite a lot, and that's quite expensive, both in terms economically, but also from LCAs as well. And the number of LCAs that I've seen on producing these materials, it is dealing with the dilute nature of those reactions, which actually ramps up the resource and particularly energy requirement on the LCA analysis. A couple of legislative points that are important for us as well. And this is really basic, and I think you're perhaps ahead of us in Europe. Oh, I wish we were. But it's fundamental questions. Are biopolymers plastic? Because that's a really important question, because that kicks in all the tax issues. And then edible biopolymers, in this case, are they packaging? Again, that deals with packaging and also the obligations under taxation systems as well. So we don't have clarity on either of those points, so which makes their investability even more difficult. End of life as well. Certainly in the UK, and I think in most countries, we don't have end-of-life systems that can really deal with biopolymers and compostable materials. Most or some materials can be handled through composting and anaerobic digestion plants. Certainly in the UK, at least, we know that all those plants kick them out. They sort them out. They don't want to take the chance. They can't. It's hard to differentiate between compostable polymers and standard plastics. The last thing they want are standard non-composting plastics in their feed stream because it means they can't achieve the specification on the output because it's got too much plastic contamination. So they don't take the chance, everything gets kicked out and incinerated. So there's a big system block here. One of the projects we're funding is with UCL, actually, to actually understand what system changes are needed so that we can start using biopolymers in the way that really makes more sense. And as I've made the comment about anaerobic digestion down the third point. And the final one is anaerobic digestion and composting. Is that really just low temperature incineration anyway? Because I think the evidence for soil enhancement is mixed. And if we're not able to, if we're metabolizing these materials, we're going to form carbon dioxide and water, it's escaping. Is it any better than burning it anyway? And I'm a big fan of not burning plastics as well. So it's kind of like, well, are we getting the win from these materials that we could and should have? So my conclusions are, we need to move away from fossil feedstocks. That's very clear if we're going to continue to use plastics. But it's really challenging in a minute to see how we can scale bio-based polymers to compete, at least economically, and I'd also suggest in terms of properties as well. Most biopolymers are hydrophilic, which means they have pretty poor barrier properties, where water transmission vapor rates far too high. There's also in terms of processing rates. They don't process on packaging lines as well. So we're going to need some pretty radical system changes in both the feedstocks and also end of life, but also how we actually manage these materials through the supply chain for them to become packaging and then for their disposal as well. And the last point, and I think this is one that's racking my brains on this, and I've not got an answer, so if you have one, please, is how do we establish the investment case? These materials aren't new. They've been kicking around for a long time. And yet we've still not had them really sort of catch commercially. Then we go, yeah, we want to invest in that plant. We're going to go and build 5 of these plants right now. So it's kind of like, what needs to change to make these investable? So on that, I'd like to say thank you ever so much. Normally I'd like to stick around for questions, but unfortunately I need to get off to the airport to catch a flight. So thank you very much for your attention, and thank you for the invitation to come and talk this afternoon. Yes, of course. That's easy, isn't it? I covered everything. All right, thank you.
Well, thank you. The next speaker is Armin Winter, researcher and project manager at Alchemia Nova. A couple of words about Armin. Armin embarked on his career as a plumbing and technical equipment planner with the construction industry. Subsequently, he pursued higher education at the University of Life Science and Natural Resources in Vienna, when he studied natural resources management. Throughout his master and PhD studies, he specialized in the topic of incorporating renewable resources into biomass materials. This specialization led him to develop the development of the nature-based materials using nanocelluloses. Armin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. And I also want to thank Innovo and Advantage Austria to having me here so that I'm capable to speak today in front of you. So today we heard a lot of interesting talks again, and so I think I have a little bit of wrap up of this. So I will talking about enhancing economic competitiveness through local industrial symbiosis, and this on a practical methodology. So I will introduce some projects I'm actually working on. So what is my talk about is the motivation for bioeconomy, how we see it. Then also definition of industrial symbiosis. It's also interesting how it changed over the time. Then I want to introduce some biomass utilization pathways, especially from the primary sector. And then I want to introduce you practical projects like the Biotransform project, where we try to circular the economy, to establish a circular bioeconomy in regions like in Austria for Northern Burgenland, and also one project with water plants from the Danube region. It's very special for Vienna. And there we try to make an urban biorefinery feedstock out of it. And how does it look like? And yeah, for this then more. So the motivation we heard today as well, we have the Green Deal of the European Union. We know the SDGs, and also some states have already bioeconomy strategies, as well Austria. Some not are already developing. And there is one phrase I like more, so I call it now carbonization. So we often hear that we decarbonize our economy, but in the end, when we use biomass, we carbonize our economy. But we heard before from the speaker, we will defossilate our economy in this way, so that we take biopolymers and not fossil-based polymers. So this poses some risk, and you can find it in the literature as well. So the risk of excessive overutilization of biomass, so that we consume when we don't see, when we don't have processes, sustainable processes, we will overutilize this biomass. And so it's inevitably to make a circular economy out of it. This results then that we have cascading use of materials. So really look before a material utilization, and then we go down until we go down to energy or composting in this way. Also, utilization of secondary biomass streams, which is then the case of the water plants, which have no utilization at all right now. And as well, what is very interesting, so a carbon management system. This is related to taking wood. We grow wood as CO2 sequestration, taking out this resource, and then we make buildings out of it. So really long-lasting products, like in the building sector. And like I said, bioenergy we should see at the end of the value chain. Because when we have the nice products, in the end we can every time burn it or make compost out of it. So there I have now two definitions of industrial symbiosis, and what I want to point out. Okay, laser point is now not going. Okay, no problem. Oh, sorry. So is that I have an old definition, and there's telling about separate industries with a collective approach, and they make a physical exchange of materials, energy, water, and byproducts. And this should be done in a geographic proximity. So this is an old thinking of this industrial symbiosis, which is part of a circular bioeconomy. So a newer definition, also not too new, but this highlights a little bit more this diverse organization, then also network thinking and creating and sharing knowledge. And I think that the talks today, we really saw nicely that this is all about this building a strong network and also to share knowledge and not only physical exchange like material, energy or water. So, and then I love this slide because it shows some complexity, but also I think a lot of opportunities, how we can utilize our biomass. Unfortunately, my pointer is not going, so I guide you through a little bit. So you see that there are text brackets, so in different colors. So when you see on the right side, upper side, you see blue is for food feed applications. This yellow one is long-lasting objects like C-sinks, so this CO2 sequestration. Then we have this green boxes. There we have precursors for bioeconomy, and this dark green boxes, nature-based solution systems. These are actually systems which take out the nutrients from processes and growing in new biomass. And so what I want to point out is here the left upper corner where we have this agricultural forestry and the primary products. There we have then defined organic waste, so I don't like actually the word waste anymore. So it's actually a stream, also an organic stream. And we can go down, what we heard as well, go down to the fertilizer, making biochar. So this is one possible utilization pathway, and we know that we have to look at our soils to be healthy. So, but there are also different organic wastes, and we can then process in a biotechnology way or in a chemical processing way. So biotechnologic way would be we feed it to insects, mushrooms, something like this. Then we have also proteins, so we have an upcycle from this organic waste in the end. But also when we make a pre-processing, we can make different extractions. So there's a lot of technology out of there. And I think this is really important, so we know how to do it. It's only that we create the right business case out of it. And then we came to intermediate products, what we see here in high-value chemicals, sugar, proteins, cellulose fibers, and this we can then transform into another materials. And like I said, you see that there's a lot of interconnection when you do it in the right way. This brings it on how to assess these pathways. So this is a value hierarchy. There you see nicely that on the left side, you see the rising value from the product. So the highest price for product is medicine and fine chemicals. And then you go down in a cascading way to food, feed, chemical, materials. Then at the end, transportation, fuels, heat, and power. So what you see on the left side is that we have the high price, and on the right side, it's the amount. So in the medicine, I don't need tons of biomass, residual biomass materials. And but for heat and power, we can use nearly everything without using with overusing our biomass in the end. And what's also interesting for processes when you think about how to process your stream is the input stream inhomogeneity. So heat and power, you can burn a plant, you can burn a wood. So this is really easy. When you want to make medicine or fine chemicals, so the input stream has to be very clear, highly defined, otherwise the process will not work. So, and this is what we try in the EU project Biotransform with several partners from the European Union. And there is the aim that we provide for various stakeholders and policymakers assessment tools to accelerate the transition. So really this sharing the knowledge. So what is possible, what processes are already possible, and please use it then to develop a circular bio-based system. And so I pointed out identification of networks will be the main target in this project. So we see here the case studies. We have 6 different case studies in this project. This is Finland, then Northern Westphalia, then we have Czech Republic, Austria with Northern Burgenland, then West Macedonia and Andalusia. And these case studies actually have different strengths and weaknesses from the biomass, but also from the secondary sector. So we have the primary sector with the producing from the biomass, and also the secondary sector with the industry, which is available. And this we have to connect together. This means that when we have today the straw case as well, and this is also very important for Northern Burgenland, but this straw will be different utilized in North Rhine-Westphalia because they have a big chemical industry there. So there are different pathways, and they're going rise up the value, the hierarchy, the value chain, so make more added value out of this product. And in Austria, we'll do something different with our residual straw. And this is how we look like, so how we approach this. We have, like I said, the different sectors, primary sector, secondary sector, and also public and underutilized infrastructure as stakeholders. So we identify over the existing databases, how much is produced, what is the leftovers, where are our companies, and this is really important. So we also tackle the small businesses. I heard today as well, this is very important, not only the big one, also the waste companies are very important in this whole network. And there we are, unfortunately, we can only use the existing databases on national and level, and on district level it gets very, very hard to get good data. And then we try to translate them into monitoring indicators. So like I said before, the Biotransform project should in the end give them a detail how I can transform and how we can monitor, because this is a long way that we get a circular bioeconomy. And so as well, we will highlight some data gaps because we don't see everything. It's not monitored, and this is important, this monitoring, because you cannot change something when you don't know what is there actually. So the next step will be then we define value chains from this data-driven assessment. And then next year we will start to build a network of diverse stakeholders in co-creation and workshops. So this is really like we have to produce this network that this residual biomass streams gets utilized. And therefore we have also the development for 3 transformation tools. So this will be then publicly. And there we have then detailed assessment like a logistic tool and a social life cycle tool, but also like we do on Alchemia Nova, we have then a mass flow, so that really have a fast assessment of your region, and then you can go into detail. And this methodology we want to apply for 6 different EU case study regions. So the next project I want to introduce is this water plants from the Danube region. So this is a decentralized biorefinery idea we have there for Vienna. So you see here the water plant, Myophyllum spicatum, and the colleagues from the University of Life Science in Tulln. So the current status of this residual stream is, we see here the city of Vienna, so this is the capital city of Austria, and there you see nicely the river Danube going down through the city, and there is the German word Alte Donau, so it's the old Danube. There's a very important area, actually, a recreational area for the city. So there's bathing, boating going on. And since 2004, we have an increased growth from these macrophytes. They are underwater. And so you see there the mowing boats, they mow from April until October, every time the old Danube, and then you collect several thousand tons of this biomass. And then the current status is that it will be composted in a composting facility, but it's also not so easy. So the challenges here, I said already, is this increasing growth rate due to the climate change. And we have this very high water content. So 90% is water, 10% is solid material. So this makes then very problematic in logistics. You need also a wet process for processing this material. And like I said, we have no material utilization, only this composting right now. And also, because it's not really something you harvest, we have no monitoring there. We don't know for whole Austria or water bodies how much quantity is there. You can only read, okay, this lake is overgrown and has to be mowed, etc. We make then a paper process out of it, and you see here on the right side then packaging material, so cellulose-based packaging material, but as well a combination with a company making composites out of it, and to use in wrist bracelets. And also we had a nice bachelor student who make this light stuff here, and so you can use it in much ways. But this is only that we use the cellulose from this, and this is not enough. So we working further, and this is also what I want to show. The involved organization, the various organizations, when we go back to the definition before, what we need actually to really get a new value chain on the road. So we have the procurement is from the city Vienna. Then you see that the Berkey, this is a machine builder, so they're building these boats. Then we have a process, there is the Boko and Alchemia Nova, with the process engineering, and then in the end we have the products. There we have also companies like Kalendermacher, it's a paper company. Lenzing is a very big one actually, with fibers, so textile fibers. And also we have these NACO and EM polymers are with bioplastics to make composites out of it in regards to bioplastic. And then at the end we have an end-of-life manager also to think, and there we have project supporters, and these are waste incineration plants and then waste management plants in the end. And so we try really now to get further with these companies, and you see how much people you need actually, or how much organizations have to work on one topic. Because only one single component to use, it's not the way. And this we saw at this very complex slide actually on how much possibilities are there. So then, thank you for your attention, and yeah. Are there some questions, please?
The value chain of this the case, the value chain, how it would look like, for the example.
Okay, yeah, this is also very interesting. Can I have the presentation back? So there would be some slides. So the question was the value chain in northern Burgenland, actually, how does it look like? And today we heard straw, so I go down, and this is also the case in northern Burgenland. I didn't So we have a lot of primary industry and they're producing a lot of straw and you can use it. So this is this slide. And you have to, straw, you have to leave on the field as well. So you only have to take out 30%, something like this. And normally the utilization was bedding for animal breeding. But now this is also going down. And so you have then different ways, like you go into construction, packaging, you go into chemical utilization, or you go into energy. And this is what we want to show them, that like with this straw in the building sector, we have a lot of reed. So we can combine these value chains, but we cannot use like soy straw. So soy straw will be not good for the construction line. So there I must then say to them, okay, we go into the packaging and make a paper out of it. Something like this. So, and this is what we try here to showcase. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Armin, thank you. Anybody else with the question? I guess. Simone McAferry, Project Officer in the Circular Biomass Bio-Based Europe. And a couple of words about Simone. Biotechnologies by training. Simone holds an European PhD in industrial microbiology and biotechnology from the University of Bologna. After having served the Italian Association of Biotechnologies as a president in 2009-2013 and worked for the almost 10 years as team leader in bioeconomy sector in the European Research Support Office at the University of Bologna. In 2022, Simone joined Biocircular Biomass Europe. Simone, could you step in?
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everybody. So I'm today presenting CBJU, Circular Biobased Europe Joint Undertaking. The CBJU is a public-private partnership made by the European Commission and the consortium of bio-based industries called Bio-Based Industries Consortium. Is a €2 billion public-private initiative where the European Commission is investing €1 billion of public money and the bio-based industries are co-funding 50% of this initiative. Is an initiative that is contributing to the European Green Deal objectives and is part of the Horizon Europe program for research and innovation. CBJU has been launched in 2021 and will operate for 10 years. It is not a truly new initiative, but is building on the success of the predecessor Bio-Based Industries Joint Undertaking. And what is specific of CBJU partnership is the strong interest in developing innovative solutions that can reach the market. So the objective is delivering bio-based materials and products that are made from secondary biomass or waste in innovative, sustainable and circular ways. So far, CBJU has funded over 160 projects for a total budget of almost €950 million in the last years. And what is specific of our partnership is that 40% of the beneficiaries are small and medium enterprises. Okay, maybe one slide is missing, but just few words about our objectives. That is the one of accelerating the market deployment, contributing to the 2030 climate targets reduction objectives. So overall contributing to the greening of the economy while investing in promoting sustainable sourcing of biomass and ensuring sustainability and circularity in all the proposed action and processes and products that are developing by the projects that we are going to fund. Another important element, especially here in Poland, is about the territorial deployment of bioeconomy. We have heard also this morning by the colleague Tomasz Kalikowski of the European Commission, but also by the representative of BioEast, is the relevance of the local and national bioeconomy strategies. So in this sense, we are trying to promote the territorial deployment of innovation, investing also in flagship projects that are rooted in the territorial economy. And that is particularly important and is specific of our program. I'm talking today about the textile sector and the textile application of CBJU. As you can see from this graph, in the textile market, we are seeing that there is only a small percentage of other plant fibers that are present currently, and in relation to synthetic fiber like polyester or polyamides, only a very limited percentage is related to bio-based polyester or polyamides. In a context of increasing the market trends of global fiber production and increasing in the next decades the amount of polyesters and polyamides that are going to be produced also to cope with the trends of fast fashion and the consumption habits of the today's society, this is contradictory with the need to greening our economy. Therefore, we need the bio-based textile to reduce CO2 emission, to prevent microplastic pollution, to reduce the water and toxic chemicals consumption within the industries, but at the same time also investing in novel plant fibers means stimulating the rural economy and fostering the development of a greener European economy. In order to do so, a strong investment in research and innovation is still needed. It is still needed in terms of promoting suitability, sustainability, and availability of novel feedstock, especially alternative fiber sources. We need innovation in the biorefinery, so in the translation of these side streams into potential fibers that can be utilized to substitute synthetic fibers or cotton fibers. We need to invest in making bio-based a range of additives, finishing, coatings, solvents, inks, dyeing that are used in the process of textile industry. And at the same time, we have to invest in the industrial symbiosis, as the colleague before was saying. We have to ensure that the wide range of bio-based fibers that are available at the research scale are brought to the market, and also we have to ensure that the end of life of the bio-based textile is properly managed. All these issues must be addressed towards, with a specific attention to the research and innovation aspect. Okay. The pilot was not responding. So in CBJU we have a range of products that are representing the textile cluster. We have 5 research and innovation action that I show here, but we have also demonstration projects that are going to industrial plant level. I will give you a few examples of project that has been funded by CBJU. The first one is Effective, that is a project that just finished, and it was an industrial scale project in which the main objective was developing a new biorefinery system able to convert sustainable sugar and sustainable vegetable oils into bio-based polyamide and bio-based and biodegradable polyester. The industrial plant has been inaugurated in February in Ljubljana, and the product that will stem from this bio-based and biodegradable polyester and bio-based polyamide will be textile yarns, fabrics and garments that can be used both for homemade, for home furniture, for example carpets, but also, as you can see in the picture, for garments like swimsuit or t-shirt that are usable for consumers. Another project that I would like to mention is GRETE, that is also a research innovation action just finished. And in this case, the objective of GRETE was the one to improve the wood to textile value chain. And it was investing in research aspect related to the transformation of cellulose into fibers that was good enough to be used in garments and furniture, with a specific attention to the utilization and transformation of paper-grade pulp of wood into textile fibers. The third project that I'm mentioning you is Biolash, that differently is a project that just started a few months ago. And the objective of Biolash is working on alternative fibers. So, for example, poplar for the forestry, or seagrass in the marine ecosystem, or hemp and nettle for the herbaceous crops, working on in the refining of these biofibers, the extraction and the purification of cellulose, nanocellulose, nanolignin from cellulose and allocellulose, and in this case produce a range of bio-based products through fiber spinning or fin casting. And in relation to the bio-based textile, the final product will be antimicrobial fabrics to be used in the food and in the health sector. These are 3 examples of projects, but we have also many other ones. You can learn more about them looking at the website of the Ecosystems platform. That is an initiative that has been promoted by the Research and Innovation, the Research Executive Agency of the European Commission, together with ADEA, the Health and Digital Executive Agency, and supported by CBJU and the Textile European Technology Platform. And this is a community of practice that gather over 26 projects active and funded by the European Union and active in the textile sector. Last, I would like to invite you as relevant stakeholders to participate to the CBJU Stakeholder Forum that will be held the 6th and 7th of December in Brussels. It will be a large event gathering over 600 stakeholders from all over Europe, and we will discuss what next for the European bio-based sector, especially trying to answer to the question how to stimulate the demand for circular bio-based solution, how to facilitate the scale-up of circular bio-based product in Europe, and how to ensure that the investment on research and innovation can be transformed in products that are available for the consumer. So I hope to see you there in Brussels on December. This was my short presentation. That's it. Thank you for your attention.
Simone, thank you. Anybody, any questions? Here. Finally, we have questions from the audience.
Just I did that because it must be any question from the audience. So you saw us the projects which you support and telling about the cellulose. What do you think about the different source of cellulose for that purposes? Not only just the production of cellulose from the forest or from plants. What is your?
I need to take your mic.
Thank you, Professor Bialetti. Well, for sure, the range of potential feedstock is wide. So that was one project that was specifically dedicated to wood. Also this year, we are just now evaluating proposal for the annual work program 2023. And also there was a topic related to a flagship on wood-based bioeconomy, wood-based biorefinery. But in the discussion that the Commission and the industrial partnership of CBJU has, for sure there will be interest to finding alternative source for protein, because for fibers, because this is something specifically interesting in the medium term. So the answer is yes, and there is continuous dialogue where also DG Research is putting a lot of emphasis in trying to expand the available feedstock in order to ensure that there is not an overconsumption of the forestry sector, but a broader interest of available biomasses. Thank you.
Simone, thank you. So we are moving to the next speaker. Lydia, are you with us? Lydia, do you hear us? Lydia, do you hear us well?
Yes.
Okay, great. So now the slot for Lydia. Lydia Paderes Barro, researcher at Beta Technological Center. Couple of words about experience of Lydia. A chemical engineer with master degree in engineering of chemical and environmental process and PhD in chemical and environmental engineering. Her background is in the field of wastewater treatment, paying special attention to the removal of pathogens and emerging pollutions. At the Beta Technological Center, she is responsible for the treatment of residual effluents and residue group. Currently, he is participating in the development of several international R&D projects and the technology transfer project with the companies of livestock and agri sectors. Lydia, please take over the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. Firstly, I present my organization. Beta Technological Center is a center located in Vic, in Catalonia, close to Barcelona. This technological center was born in 2014, and currently the work team is around 90 researchers and technicians. The main mission of this center is to be a relevant actor for technological development, the improvement of competitiveness, and the quality of the life of rural societies. Beta Technological Center has 5 fields of expertise: environmental technologies and circular bioeconomy, applied ecology and global change, sustainable food and farming systems, sustainability accounting and optimization, and governance for sustainability. Today, I will introduce briefly the Acel Water project. The title is Accelerating Water Circularity in Food and Beverage Industrial Areas Around Europe. And this project was funded by the Horizon 2020 program. The main objective of this project is to optimize water consumption in the food and beverage industry through the implementation of innovative technologies for the recovery of water and the use of artificial intelligence for control and monitoring of the process. Moreover, the second objective is the valorization of solid waste through the recovery of energy and added value products in order to increase the sustainability of the process. This project is integrated by 4 different demonstrators related to 5 different food and beverage industries. The fish processing industry in Iceland, the tomato processing industry in Italy, industrial symbiosis between the dairy and the brewery industry in Greece, and the meat processing industry in Spain. In this case, we are participating in collaboration. Beta Technological Center is participating in collaboration with the slaughterhouse Mafrica and the Catalan cluster of meat and alternative protein. The name is Innovac. The main goal of this project is to valorize the solid waste and wastewater generated in this slaughterhouse by means a innovative technological approach in order to obtain reclaimed water, energy, and products with agronomic value. In this case, the idea is to recover as reclaimed water around 40% of treated wastewater, valorize as biomass fuel around 20% of solid waste, and produce for products with agronomic value. This is the technological approach that we are applying in Asal Water project. In this case, for the valorization of the industrial solid waste, we are considering two different alternatives, focus both alternatives in the production of energy. One of them is by means of anaerobic digestion, and another one by means of biodrying. Regarding the solid waste that we are valorizing in the Asal Water project, they are generated in this slaughterhouse, focusing on the production of pig meat. This slaughterhouse generates around 12,000 tons per year of solid waste, and these solid waste are treated by means of external waste management companies. In this case, we selected three types of solid waste: goods, fats, and intestinal content, in order to be valorized in the project. All these solid waste are animal byproducts categorized as category 3 according to the European regulation. In addition, during the treatment of the wastewater generated in the industrial wastewater treatment plant, sewage sludge is produced, and this sewage sludge is also treated in the Asal Water project. Taking into account the characteristic of this for the solid waste, we consider that goods, intestinal content, and fats exhibit a high biomass production capacity. For these reasons, these three animal byproducts are being valorized by means of anaerobic digestion. Whereas in the case of the sewage sludge, the biogas production capacity is very low. For these reasons, we decide to apply biodrying in order to produce a biomass fuel. During the execution of the project, we conducted several experiments, several tests in order to determine the biochemical methane potential of selective animal byproducts. In this case, we conducted tests using the raw materials and a mixture of these three animal byproducts. As you can see in the figure on the right, the highest biogas production was obtained when a mixture of 50% of goods and 50% of intestinal organs was treated by means of anaerobic digestion. Considering this, when we started up the operation of the pilot plant implemented in this slaughterhouse, we decided to use as a feeding a mixture of 50% of goods and 50% of intestinal content. We started the operation of the pilot plant 1 year before, and we continue with the optimization of the pilot plant, but currently we are producing, considering that the useful volume of the reactor is 1 cubic meter, we are producing around 0.4 cubic meters of biogas per day, with a biomass composition around 60% of biomethane and 40% of CO2. Although the value is relatively low, we are working at pilot scale, but if we extrapolate our results to the fuel scale, the potential for the production of the energy through the biogas will be 4.3 gigawatts hour per year. This represents around 25% of the total energy consumption of the slaughterhouse. On the other hand, for the valorization of the seawater sludge produced in the industrial wastewater treatment plant, we are using biodrying. The idea of this technology is to maximize the removal of water in order to produce a biomass fuel with a high calorific power. We continue with the optimization of this process, but we were able to obtain a biodry product with a low heating value around 8 megajoules per kilogram, and this value is similar to other commercial products. Finally, to conclude, Water evidence how the valorization of meat waste could contribute to reach the energy self-sufficiency of slaughterhouses and meat processing industries through the production of biogas and biomass fuel. The valorization of animal byproducts such as guts and intestinal contents into biogas by means of anaerobic digestion could contribute to reduce the dependence of fossil fuels, representing up to 25% of the current energy demand of this slaughterhouse. And the valorization of the industrial seawater sludge by biodrying allows to produce biomass fuel with a calorific power similar to other commercial products, which could be used in the slaughterhouse itself or marketed to another industry for energy production. Finally, if you want to know more about the project, you can visit the website of the social media, or you can contact me directly. Thank you very much for your attention.
Lydia, thank you. So I continue to encourage you to have questions. Any questions? Lydia, why should meat industry use this the technology you just presented? Why they should have such an approach? If I can ask you.
Well, in this case, we consider that it's a good opportunity for the food industries to be or to contribute to be energy self-sufficiency, because in this case it's possible to generate it. They can generate itself the energy, and they can valorize solid waste that currently they are managed through external companies, and this is they need to pay for this management of the products, and they can valorize and use this energy in the facilities in order to reduce the dependence of fossil fuels.
Lydia, thank you. Then, Kacper, can we continue with you? Now we have a presentation given by Kacper Kosowski, co-founder of EcoBean. Couple of words about our speaker. A professional in the field of entrepreneurship, skilled in sales management and strategic planning. An enthusiast for creating innovative solutions for sustainable development. Over last 20 years of experience in the coffee industry, and Kacper previously held the position of CEO at Julius Mail Polska. I don't know if I correctly pronounced the name because... So, Kacper, here you are.
Thank you. Hello. First of all, I'm super impressed with the presentation so far. I guess that biomass is a real green gold nowadays. And we are also very much into biomass. What we do as EcoBean is we turn coffee waste into sustainable chemicals. And the problem of spent coffee grounds is really super massive. It's like 9,000 tons of spent coffee ground generated on a daily basis in Europe alone, and Europe is 1/3 of the world coffee consumption. Just to put it into perspective, please imagine it's like 500 fully loaded trucks of this valuable biomass daily. And this biomass is a real gold mine of very valuable compounds. You can find polyphenols, proteins, lipids, just to name a few. And here is a kicker. When you brew your cup of coffee, only as much as mere 30% of this biomass, of these valuable compounds, are actually brewed in your coffee. The rest, which is 70%, is just wasted. It usually ends up on a landfill site, or in the best case scenario, goes to biogas station. Now, the timing is crucial, and there are some very compelling reasons why the timing to act is now. First of all, we need to have a look at all the European regulatory policy, like Green Deal, like Plastic Directive, or like CSRD Directive, which is actually pushing the companies to integrate non-financial reporting, environmental reporting, into regular annual reports. And so, to put it in one phrase, what was once mandatory is now becoming obligatory. And this is a huge change that is also driving the shift towards circularity and decarbonization. On the other hand, the change is driven by the customers. So all the coffee lovers out there who are really considering environmental impact more and more when making any purchase choices. So these are the main drivers, and as in each startup, the timing is absolutely crucial, and we do believe that this is a perfect time for us to make a change. So what is so unique about what we do? What is so unique about EcoBean? Without a doubt, technology is our competitive edge. We have a very strong alliances with Warsaw University of Technology, and we have our team, which is almost 70 people right now, which are on a daily basis working to advance the technology each and every day. Most of the technology that we have developed is already IP protected, and there are some ongoing applications running. And what is really also very crucial is that the technology was also validated by external parties. So what is the outcome of the technology? These are those 5 sustainable chemicals, being coffee oil, antioxidants, lignin, protein additives, and PLA, which is polylactic acid, which is basically a biodegradable plastic. Currently, we are already able to valorize 1 ton of spent coffee grounds into 8,000 euro in revenue, with a very bold ambition to reach 20,000 euro valorization from 1 ton. But it's not only about the financial impact, which is super important, but it's also about the environmental impact. So what we did is we have engaged Bureau Veritas, which is a leading certification body in regards to such processes, to calculate, using life cycle assessment, what is the real CO2 impact of our products. And the outcome was super positive for us. So if you were to compare those raw materials, those sustainable chemicals that we are producing right now, and you would match them with the market alternatives available on the market currently, you would find out that we are from 35 to 45 less carbon intense, which on one hand put us in a position that we are sort of enabler for the industries that we are addressing those products to, which is pharmaceutical industry, petrochemical industry, cosmetic industry, even food industry. We enable those industries to reach the decarbonization goals. And on the other hand, it also opens a door for us in terms of carbon credits. How does the process work? We work with Horeca and Office. And in the long run, we would rather concentrate on all those production facilities that are actually producing coffee, with the emphasis on instant coffee producers. Because I don't know if you are aware, but to produce 1 kilo of instant coffee, depending on the process, you'd need as much as 2 or 3 kilos of ground coffee. Logistics is absolutely crucial in the process. That is why we work with GLS, which collects the spent coffee grounds. The whole process is also supported with the dedicated application, which is able to govern the whole process, but also to aggregate the very tangible data. And I mean the volume that was collected, the intervals of the collections, and the function which is coming soon is we would also measure the CO2 savings that we have generated through the process. So where are we right now? We are currently building the demo line close to Warsaw with the capacity of 1,000 tons yearly. This would also be a training center, an R&D lab to further develop and create IP. And as I mentioned, the capacity would be 1,000 tons. The learnings that would come from commercializing this demo plant would also enable us to scale up across Europe, because we do believe that this will become an industry standard, and we plan to open 6 or 7 giga-refineries across Europe in each largest coffee market in Europe. Big news is that we have already secured 7 million euro for the plant from the European grant, and we are currently fundraising another 8 million euro to scale up and to ramp up the project. We wouldn't be here, of course, if not the team. First of all, it's really balanced in terms of hard and soft skills portfolio. But what is crucial when you do something first of a kind, and if you do a startup, is these are really, I would say, stubborn and resilient people that are pushing the boundaries each and every day. And this I would say is the most important characteristic of the team. So enjoy your cup of coffee, relax, and we will take care of the rest. Thank you. No questions. That's good.
Maybe that's why. Anyhow, thank you, Kacper. Now let's continue with Maurice. Maurice is growth manager at Protix, and has been working for Protix for 2 years. His core responsibility is to find and develop international expansion opportunities in Protix insects production facility. The biggest focus is, of course, Europe. Maurice, please step in.
Great. Thanks a lot for the introduction. I would like to iterate again, it's been fantastic speeches already, learned a lot, and look forward to connecting also with some of you afterwards. So I'm going to talk to you about Protix. Protix, we're a Dutch insect rearing facility. We've been around for 10 years. As always, and I think a little bit like the previous conversation showed, things take time. So we've been 10 years into this. The first, let's say, insect rearing facility was literally a little box from a Chinese takeaway where two consultants working at McKinsey said, how can we do something else and better with our talents? So how we can use the biomass of waste to convert additional or new sources of protein. Lots have happened. So right now, this is where we are. So this is our production facility in the Netherlands, on the coast, just across the border from Antwerp. And annually in this facility, we process about 60,000 metric tons of organic waste material, byproducts, which we convert into 15,000 metric tons of larvae. So the insect larvae is the core product, which we then process into proteins, into fats, which we sell into the animal feed and to the pet food industry. So that's really our core objective. We're not the only ones, luckily. The insect industry is, one might want to say booming, but it's definitely growing. There's an awful lot of interest, both from the markets, consumers, investors. Right now, the rough estimate, it keeps on changing, is about 200 companies globally trying to become successful in here. Figure out how do we create scale in this system. Majority of the insects, or the core 4 insects, are the black soldier fly, which is the insect that Protix focuses on. There is the cricket, the housefly, the mealworm, and within this space, so we are one of the larger facilities who figured out how to do this at scale. So what we do, so in the end, the insect is an awesome little animal because it eats just about everything. And it's fantastic in converting organic waste material byproducts into high quality proteins and lipids. That's happening anyhow all over the world in nature. The trick is, how do you do this actually in a high-tech condensed environment? And that's what we do. So if you look at this picture, these are growing chambers, so to speak. So in those green crates in our Dutch facility, we've got 35,000 of these crates at any given time in different stages of growth. And each crate holds about 30,000 larvae, just to give you an idea of the sheer number of what's happening here. So as I said, they eat just about everything. So in the Dutch facility, and currently in the EU, we are limited by regulations. We're focusing on pre-consumer waste streams. That's something we're together with the European Insect Association trying to improve, to move into the post-consumer waste streams, which is, I think, from a values and purpose objective, very, very interesting for us. Right now we're focusing on pre-consumer waste streams, which we blend into sort of a porridge product. And you need to think of products like bakery waste streams from the bioethanol production, brewery waste streams, potato processing byproducts. So it's these sort of products which our larvae love to eat. So they just has to be like you and I. We need a variety on our plate, so do the larvae. And that's, I think, part of what we are trying to do at Protix. Hopefully you know what will be the next slide. So this clearly is a linear system, and this is what we're trying to do. How do we bring circularity into these processes? And this is what we do. It's all under one roof. So let's say the box, you saw the image, it's a 15,000 square meter facility. Where actually only about 10% of the facility has flies. If people always wonder what does it actually look like on the inside, probably just like any other food production facility. We have the breeding, then there's the hatchery where the larvae are born, the rearing, and then we go into the separation of the larvae from their frass. The frass is the insect manure. The larvae are then washed and then are processed and separated into the products that I mentioned. Another cool thing of these larvae is, besides the amazing conversion of feed to protein, so how much food do they need to create their body, they do this extremely fast. You go from an egg, so the neonates, so the freshly born larvae, into harvestable larvae, which is sort of the size of my pinky, in about 10 to 12 days. So you can imagine the sheer size and the volume that we can process and produce in this facility, which I think is pretty cool. So as I said, we have these various products. We've got the protein meal, we've got the lipids, and a wet puree, which goes exclusively into the pet food, into the animal feed industry. And on the left-hand side, we call that our flytalizer, and that's the one I wanted to just point out a little bit more today. And that's the manure, so the insect manure, which is called frass. We call it flytalizer as a commercial product. It's a super interesting byproduct, actually, because it's a product that you can sell dry and pelletized or wet as a natural fertilizer. Right now in the Netherlands, it goes into the agriculture applications, gardening centers. But equally interesting, and I think also connecting to one of the previous presentations on the slaughterhouse waste, we can also use it as biomass for biogas production. So I think that's where even more sort of why I got excited about joining this company 2 years ago. Now we're using waste products to create high quality proteins, which we know there's no future. There's a gap coming, already existing, how to create additional sources of protein and lower footprint sources of protein, as well as how to create additional energy sources through the biogas production. So this was a whirlwind express tour. I can't remember what it was supposed to be, express or quick. Tomorrow I'm doing a slightly larger presentation, but just to give you an idea that, you know, you can scale up these opportunities. No, you can do this. You can do this at scale. It takes time. We've been at this for 10 years. The colleagues have been, I've only for 2. And we're very excited, exploring expansion. We joined, recently announced a joint venture with a food production facility in the United States. We're exploring projects here in Europe, also in Asia, because the potential is there if you combine it with the technology and the know-how, plus the market who is after these products. This is, yeah, find me later if you want. I know my last name is maybe a little bit difficult to write down, but you find me on LinkedIn or through the website, and I'm very happy to chat afterwards. Thanks.
I've seen a couple of startups like you, but I wonder, you said scaling up, it takes time, but what are the other success factors that have made you grow and scale up and others maybe not?
I wish the founder was here, because I've been here, as I said, only 2 years ago, when we were already sort of in the scale-up phase. This is partly gut reaction, part what I've heard, the stories that were being told in the company, definitely perseverance. The company, various moments where I had to rethink, what do we do? How do we move on from this? How do we find additional people who are convinced about our story, who are willing to invest in us? Maybe one explicit thing that Kees, one of the founders, mentions quite regularly, because the current production facility is the 4th iteration of our process. So we've been through a couple of these stages. Whenever he had new investors come by to one of the original sites, he always would bring them past sort of the room of failure, showing, no, this is where everybody before you has invested in to make sure we are where we are today. So I think embrace failure, show it off, don't be afraid, and say this is what it takes to move this industry forward and actually create this industry. It didn't really exist 10 years ago. Now, 2 billion people in the world eat protein, insect protein on a regular basis, Asia, Africa, Latin America, but nobody doing it in this way as we're trying to do. So I think that would be, I think, the perseverance, showing off your failures. Some extent luck, I think that always has to do with this. We've been lucky in a couple of occasions, and just an awesome team. I think one of the colleagues mentioned also, how do you get the right people together who believe in the story and get driven by purpose? I think that's, for me, also one of the things that really has made Protix stand out and be able to succeed who we are right now. Hope that helps.
Anybody else? Maurice, thank you. So I guess we are finishing today. So we have just finished the official agenda of today. So on behalf of Agnieszka, I would like to, anybody is still with us, to thank you for being with us. Please remember that Circular Week, it's only Tuesday today, so it's not finishing today. So it's Friday when there was the last sessions of Circular Week. So on behalf of Agnieszka, I would like you to also encourage to join the sessions of Circular Week 2022. So thank you once again and have a nice afternoon. Take care. Bye.
you.